Hi friends, we are going to be building an advanced system. This is going to be a hotel booking and management platform where we are going to be using Spring Boot, React, and MySQL. So let's get the project overview. This is an overview of what we are going to be building. So here is the home page, and here at the navbar navigation, we have a rooms page that displays all room. And you can also we also have pagination where you can easily click to go to the next page. So over here, you can filter a room by a single room. It is going to return all single rooms. You can also filter by hostel. The room type is going to get only hostel, and for studio is going to get studio room. At the same time, you can also search for available room. Let's say I want to book a room within a time. I want to check if that room is available. So I can just click on, let's say, this date, and I'm going to be like leaving on the 5th. I can select my room type, let's say king, and I search. This is going to show the room that's available within this day. So if I just probably take this to this, I search again, we can see we have other kings room that are available within this date range. So that's that. I can also go to find my bookings where I can put in my booking confirmation code, and it's going to get me the details of the bookings. I can log in, I can register where I can sign up. So let's continue to go over. So here is the home page. Here you can click on to search a room. Just click on to search the room type. Let's say king. You can see displays the room. So if you move back, we can see the all rooms. So I click, it takes me to the all rooms page. So here we have my services and we have my footer here. So if I probably search in an available room, and here I can just click on the view/book now. So if I click on this, it's going to prompt me to log in. So let me log in. I already have some details already. So let me log in as Sarah, and password is Sarah. So if I log in, we can see it doesn't take me back to probably maybe home page or any other page. It takes me directly to the page I was trying to access. So yeah, so that's it. So this is the room details. It's $390 per night. So I click on book now. So when I click on book now, it tells me to select in the date I'm going to check in and the date to check out and the number of adults that would be in the room and the number of children. So let me just select this to check in, this to check out. Let me make children 3, and I'm going to be coming along with a child. My confirm booking is going to show me the total price for these dates and my total guest. I said booking is going to try to book a room and is going to show me a response here. So this is going to be the booking confirmation code for me. And after that, it auto navigates to the rooms page where I was coming from. So I already copied my booking confirmation code. I can find my booking here. Just click on that, click on find. We can see the booking details that I just booked. And here is the name of the booker, Sarah, and this is the room, and this is the check-in date, the check-out date, the number of children and adults. So that's if I try to find putting a wrong code, it's going to tell me that booking is not found. So if I type to put in a wrong code and find it's booking not found. So that's that. So if I go to my profile, I have my profile here, profile page of a user, and this is going to display the booking history of the user. Okay, so these are the bookings the user have made. So I already made some bookings down, so I can just show you. This was the one I made just now, and this is my profile. So these are all the bookings of a user, of all my bookings, so my booking history. So I can decide to log out, also log out here. So immediately I log out, click on this, it's going to prompt if I want to log out. So if I can, before logging out, I can edit my profile. So here for now, we can only delete our profile if we want to. And yeah, so probably in the course of the course, I might add some features so we can edit our profile detail. So I can click on this to log out, and immediately I've logged out. You can see our navbar got refreshed, and we'll now have the login and the register button. So before I register a user, let me log in as an admin. So we see the admin functionality. So click on login. Let me log in as an admin, and my password, put in my admin password. If I try to put in a wrong password and log in, it's going to tell me, okay, bad credentials. So we'll most likely will get rid of this and just give a bad credential as well. So let me put in my right credential. We can see this has been logged in, and we can see the admin dashboard over here. And if I click on the admin, we can see admin has my name is displaying here. I can manage a room, I can manage a booking. So if I click on manage room, it's going to show me all the rooms, and I have the ability to add a room, to edit a room, and it has pagination as well. And I can also filter a room by the room type as well. And yeah, so let's first of all just try to add a new room and see. So here you are going to select a file. So let's try to add this queen room. You select a file, is going to show you the room. Then here you can select the room type. You can select the available room type. If it's not there, you can click on order to specify to add a new room. So let's just click on this and call this a queen. So the room price, you just put the room price. Let's just make this 890. And the room description, let's just call it a queen room. And add, click on add. Are you sure you want to add? Yes. So when you click on that, it's going to try to add a room. We can see here room added successfully, and it's auto navigate back, and we can see the new room that we just added over here. So I can also as well click on edit room to edit a room. So if I click on this, it's going to show me the room image, the details of the room type, the room price, and the description. I can decide to edit this room and decide to like select a different room image for the room. So let me use this kind of image for the queen room, and let's just change the price to, let's say, 1100, and the description, let's say a queen room edited, so we can see it was actually edited. I can click on update. I can also delete a room. So let me first of all click on the update a room. We can see room updated successfully, and it's going to go back to where I was coming from. So here is the room that was updated, queen room updated, and we can see the image has changed to the new image. So as well, I can also click on this to also delete the room. Click on that. Are you sure you want to delete? Yes. Okay. And room deleted successfully. We can see here the room has been deleted and has been removed. So in the same time, I can also go, if I go to my admin page, I can also manage all bookings. So if I click on bookings, we can see all the bookings that Figon Hotel currently have. And I can also use pagination to go to the next page. And I can also filter a booking by a booking number. Let's just say 8CKM. We can say this booking was filtered out. And yeah, so I can manage a booking. Let me manage this booking. So this is the booking details. The lady who booked a room, we can see Sarah, that was the room that was booked recently. We can see the room type. I can decide to achieve this booking. Click on that. Are you sure you want to achieve? Yes. The booking was successfully achieved, and we can see the booking is gone, automatically gone. So yeah, so that's what we are going to be building. So at the same time, if I let me log out and log in again as a user. So let me log in again as a user, and passwords. So here as a user, I can also, if I try to book a room, let me just go to rooms. I think this room, let's view the room. So if I try to book a room that has been booked, probably have some bookings, we are going to see the bookings will be displayed. So if I want to book, I can book. So I will know that some bookings already exist with this room. So I can probably book a different date here. So let's just book this. So let me try to book within this date range. That's That's 6, that's 21, and this 22. So if I try to book within this time, I try to confirm a booking, it's going to tell me that the room is not available for the selected date range. So let me choose a different date. Let's just say 25, and let's just say 27, and confirm booking, accept booking. Or we can say a booking was booked because it was booked in a different date. So it's, it's going to show for like some second, and it's going to navigate back. So if I try to over here again, we can see here all the list of bookings associated with this room is already there. So yes, so let me log out and try to register a user. Um, Let me just register a user here. So I can register a user. Let's just call this Fagon. Email is Fagon there. Phone number is, let's say, +19, some kind of random number, password, Fagon. So click on register, and it's telling me that Fagon was successfully registered. Okay, so takes me to the home page where I can sign up. Let me just check if I can remember my credential that I use in signing up registry. And okay, I think I did not really. I just put in some dummy passwords. Let me check. Okay. Okay, let me just try to register again with a different user. So let's use Hassan. So let's use, that's the name. Hassan should be Hassan. The email should be this. Hassan, then the phone number should be +91, some random value, and the password should be Hassan. So click on register, and user was successfully registered. And here for the login, so let me just log in with Hassan, and the password was Hassan. So you can see Hassan was successfully logged in. If I go to the profile here, go to the profile, I can see Hassan here, and the booking history, Hassan currently have no booking. So let's move forward to look at our entity and look at the design architecture. So for our design architecture, we are going to be having a user entity, a room entity, and a booking. So a user is going to have a list of this field: ID, the email, the name, phone number, password, row, and a list of bookings, who is going to have a reference and an association to a booking entity. So a room is going to have this field: room type, room price, photo, room description, and list of bookings. And a room is going to be associated with a booking. And a booking as well have all these dates, fields that we saw earlier. And a booking is going to be associated with both a user and a room. As a user is going to be having list of bookings, a user can have multiple bookings, which is list of booking. A room can have multiple bookings, that's relationship, and a booking can belong to a user and also belong to a room. So these are going to be the relationship of our design and what we will be building. So we are going to go into it. So the way we are going to do, we will first build our backend application, then before we build the front end. So to start, to create our backend, I'm just going to go to start.spring.io. This is what I'm going to be using to create my Spring Boot application. So Java, Maven, the latest stable version, which is this. I'm just going to call this Fagon Dev, and I'm going to call this Fagon Hotel, and I'm going to be making use of Java 21. For dependency, we are going to be using the Spring Web, Spring Security, JPA, MySQL. Then Lombok is going to be there. Then some validation as well. Use that. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this seems to be good for now. So let's generate. and that has been generated over here. So I'm just going to my Finder, go to my download. I'm going to extract it, and I'm going to open it in my IntelliJ. So go to my IntelliJ, go to open and download. This where this is was where I extracted it. Open, and as it's opening, it's going to try to download our dependency for us. So as it's trying to do that, we are going to add some database connection. Um, enable. So let me just see what's going on here. Let me refresh to re-download. So I'm going to add my database connectivity. So over here, I'm just going to paste my connection to my database. Our port is 4040, and my database, I'm going to create that. Is going to be my connection and my root, username, password. I want it to update. So I'm just going to my workbench. I'm going to create a database. I'm just going to call this Figon Hotel DB. Run. Let me refresh. It has been created here. I'm just going to copy it. I'm going over here. I'm just going to replace this name with my actual database name. So that seems fine. Next we are going to be adding our dependency. Since we are going to be storing our images in S3, we are going to be adding the JWT S3 dependency, and we're also going to be adding our JWT dependency. So go over it again here. Let me just come here, just say JWT Maven dependency, and this is JWT token. So just click on that, and here it's telling us this is the transitive one. It's kind of like the old one, the legacy. So let's just click on this, and it's going to give us suggestion to use the API here, which is this. So we're going to be using the API implementation and Jackson as well. Let me just open this in new tab, open this here. So let me select the current current version, copy that, just come over here. Below that, paste this here. This is our Jackson. Come over here again. This is our implementation. So come here, copy that, paste it here, and then let's add our API to it, which is this. Make use of the latest version as well. Come here, copy that, and paste it here. So also let's add our S3 dependency. So here I'm just going to say S3 Maven dependency. So let's click on the Maven repository and Amazon Java SDK for Amazon S3. And let's click on the latest. We can see me here. Click on that. Then just click on this, copy, and yeah, paste it there. Then let me just refresh so it will re-update and re-download my packages. So as that is going at the background, I will quickly structure my application. So here we are going to have our package controller. We are going to have another package here, our DTO. We are going to have another one. Whenever I'm making tutorial, my laptop is always slow. I don't know. Call this entity, and let's have another one here. Just have an exception. Let's have another one here. Let's call it our repo. Let's have another one here. It's going to be our security. Anything have to do with security configuration is going to be here. Let's have another one again, and this is going to be our service. Let's have our implementation and our interface. Let's just call it, let's have implementation. And at the same time, let me create an interface package as well. Let's just call it interface. And at the same time, let me have my util package and utils. Yep, so everything seems well structured. So let me just run my application to check if it successfully run. So let me run. Yes, so everything seems fine. This is how it's supposed to be, because we have the security is going to generate this for us. So yeah, so everything is fine. So let me stop this here. So next we are going to write our entity and our DTO. So let me just get rid of this a little bit. So here in my entity folder, I'm going to create our entity. So if we remember our structure, we can see we have our user entity, our room entity, and our bookings, and they have their relationship. So we are going to write this in code. So here, go to my entity. I'm just going to call this user class. So I'm just going to do my normal annotation. We have to use data to help generate our getter and setter at entity, at table, and I'm just going to give it a name. It's going to be users. And here I'm just going to my ID, my generated value, strategy will be identity. So this is going to be a primary key. And let's just say private. Let's make this a long ID. And at the same time, let's just have our email, our name, our phone number, our password. So I'm just going to do the same thing. Email, name, phone number. We're going to have our password. So let me just copy this twice. Password, and I'm just going to call this our role. We're just also going to be having our list of bookings. So this is going to be list of booking, which I'm going to create. So let's just call it booking for now. And let's call these bookings. So let's just say new array list for now. And that is fine. So I'm going to, just kind of like make this, use our validation to make the email unique. Let me say not blank, it should not be blank, and the message should be email is required, and at column you just say unique should be true. And that's that. We do not also want our name to be, when you are saving an entity, when you're passing in a user object, we do not want some values to be blank. We do not want the name to be blank. We do not want the phone number to be blank. We want them to have values. So I'm just going to say name is required, phone number is required. Okay, so since this is going to be our user, I'm just going to implement the user details from our user details security, and I'm just going to implement the members quickly. Let's implement everything. And for our username, we want our email to be our username. So here I'm just going to say return email. So for here, I'm just going to return a list dot of new simple granted authority and the role. So the role is going to be used to determine the authority of this user. So that's what we are doing here. So for here, for get username is password non-expire. I'm just going to use account non-expire. I'm just going to return true for this. Return true. Return true. Return true. This is more like an engagements account non-locked, so it's not locked. So yep. So everything seems fine. So let's proceed to write our booking entity. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to new. Just going to make that a booking. Add data at entity at table name is going to be bookings. That's going to be the table name for this. Let's go to bookings. Just make sure that is spelled correctly. And here I'm just going to, at the same time, just bring our ID here and write order of our feeds. Just want this to be very fast, and I'm just going to say private local date is going to be check in date. At the same time, I also want to have a check out there. When you want to create a booking, you need to select a check-in and a check-out. You need to set it. So let's say private int number of adults. I want to know the number of adults that are booking. We have to also know the number of children. We also have to know the total number of guests. Just make this, capitalize it. Let's say total number of guests. So at the same time, we also want our booking confirmation code. This is going to be a string booking confirmation code. And at the same time, we also want the user is going to be making a booking. So we're going to link it to a user, and also the room in which you are going to book, we're also going to pass in the room as well. So here I'm just going to private user and private room. This will not be created. I'm just going to do that room, and I'm going to have a reference to them. So here I'm just going to this is going for the user, this is going to be a many. The relationship is going to be a many to one. Okay, so one user has having many many bookings are associated to can be associated to one user. So that's the relationship we have here. So here I'm just going to fetch, just let's just fetch by lazy or eager. Let's just fetch the user fast. As you are getting the booking, you want to get the user quickly. So at column, let's put the column relationship. So that's going to be a join column, since this is going to be a reference. So here we want to give it a name. We want to join it with the user ID, which will be the user underscore ID. We can add a reference column as the ID of the user, which is by default, so we don't need to put this. So that is that. For the room, the same thing is going to be a meaning to one, and it's also, let's just copy this here, put it there. Here we're just going to be a lazy. We don't want to actively fetch the room, and here is going to be room underscore ID. So that looks a bit okay. So let's add some validation to this parameter. For check-in date, let's just put the at none, not null. And let's have a message to say check-in date is required. At the same time, let's do check out date. So should we use not null for check out dates? Let's use a future. Let's say check out dates must be in the future. So that means you cannot, when you are booking a room, you cannot check out when your check-in date is today. You cannot check out today as well. So you have to, like, if you're booking today, you have to like check out tomorrow. So yeah, so we don't want to, we just want to have that validation. So you can do whatever you want at your end as well. It's not really, doesn't really matter. So for number of adults, we want to like have a minimum value. Minimum, where am I? Value, the minimum value should be 1 for adults. If there's probably an error, we just want to say number of adults must be less than 1. Of adults must not be less than 1. So those are some, validations that we put in. So let me just separate this. Yeah, so our, why is this I'm telling me not null? Jakarta default notation. Oh, okay, there's no problem with that. So yeah, so this looks a bit okay. Okay, before we go, let's add some validation to the number of children as well. We don't want you to pass a negative value, so let's just say 0. Number of children must not be less than 0, so we don't need a negative number here. So yeah, so that's good. So yeah, before we go that, we want to set in the total number of guests. So we don't want, total number of guests will be passed. They want to, on our own, calculate the total number of guests based on the number of adults and the number of users. So that's going to be very simple. I'm just going to create a method, calculate total number of guests, and this is just going to be, say, this dot total number of guests equals to this dot number of adults plus this dot number of children. Okay, so yes, so at the same time, when is this method going to run? Let me just, we want it to be run whenever an adult is being set and a children is being set. We want to run this method so that it can calculate the adults and the children and send it to the number of guests. So we're going to override the setter for, we're going to override the setters. So let me just have an override here, generate setters only for number of adults and number of children. So whenever this is called to set the number of adults, we just want to run the, we just want to calculate the number of, guests. So I'm just going to put that there. I'm just going to put that there. So total number of adults is going to be the number of adults, number of children is going to be the number of children. So we just want to run the calculate total number of guests so that whenever the adults value are passed in and the children, and whenever the values are about to be set, we calculate it and set the value of total number of guests. So at the same time, let's just override add to string. Right now, let me do that quickly. Generate to string. If we look at our to string, replace that. If we look at our to string, we can see that we have some kind of, we have our user and our room, and this user have a list of bookings, which is a nested entity, and a room as well have a nested entity. So whenever we are printing out our booking, so this might lead to, it might lead to like a recursive invocation. So for us to like avoid this, we have to override it to string and then just get rid of these two data. So that's going to like lead to recursive invocation. So that is good. But if we're not going to be using the system.add or print line, then there's no problem. So that seems good. And we are going to write our room entity. So come over here, let me do this. Room, and we know how it is. We just, data entity and table that, and this is going to be rooms, and we're just going to have our ID and other values that we need. And we're going to be having our room type, our room price, our room photo URL, room description as well. So I'm just going to look for a string here and just copy that. So I can just, so this is going to be room type, room price, room photo URL. There are different ways to store image. You can decide to store the image file directly on the database. You can decide to store the image file on your server or your laptop and then store the path to that image file on over here. Or you can also as well upload the image file to free cloud services such as Amazon S3 or Google Drive or GCP or Azure. So there are different ways to store that. So I won't want to store the image directly in our database. I want to store it somewhere in the cloud in a free space and then reference the URL here. So that's going to keep our database more concise and less data intensive. So that's why I'm doing this. So here is going to be our room description, and we're also going to have our list of bookings. Just gonna initialize this. Array list. Yeah, so this is going to be a list of bookings. And this is going to be room description string. Is string. Our room price is going to be big decimal. Let's look at our, yep, it's a big decimal, our room price. And our room type is a string, our ID, room type, booking confirmation code. We don't need booking confirmation code here. Already, this is going to be in the bookings. So, yep. Room type, room price, room photo URL, description and list of bookings. So at the same time, let me just also override my toString. And yes, and let's get rid of nested recursive behavior. So let's just remove our room description, and no, let's remove our bookings because the bookings have a nested and behavior. So let's get rid of that and everything seems fine. So let's also quickly proceed by writing our DTO, our data transfer object. So I'm go over here and let's just start by writing our user DTO. So just call this class user DTO. It is capital letter and at data to help generate getter and setters. JSON include JC ignore not null. So we don't want to return data that we don't want to show data that have a null value. So that's what this is doing. So here I'm just going to look for something to copy. So we can let me just get this so we can prefill our value here. So this is going to be our ID. This is going to be email. This is going to be name. This is going to be phone number. This is going to be our role, and this is going to be our bookings. Let's just initialize it down, and this is going to be a list of bookings. So this was imported. So ID is going to be long, email is a string, name is a string, phone number is a string, role is a string. So that's our user DTO. So let's create our room DTO as well. I'm just going to just copy this and paste. Yeah. No. Let's just create that and say room DTO. And here I'm just going to paste this value here, and I'm going to same thing also do this. So for our room, we want to have our ID, our room type, our room price. I think that's already here. So let me just room type, room price. I'll just copy everything here. Room detail. Yep, room type, room price, room photo URL, room description, then our bookings. Okay, so I might just decide not to create an object of that. Yep, so next let's create our booking DTO. So I'm going to DTO and just have my this, and I just need my feeds. Let's go to my bookings and let's get our feeds. Just copy everything here. So I need booking DTO. I just get rid of this. Check-in date is required. Check out date. Number of adults. This everything here is so. So some you might be wondering why am I using a DTO? Remember, these are entities, and these are what basically these are going to be creating. We're going to be using these to create and save objects in our database, and we're also going to be using this to return objects. But most times when we use this to get objects, we don't want to return all the values. We want to map those value out and then collect them. For example, for a user, if I'm getting a user from the database, I don't want to get the password of the user. So if I'm using this entity, it's going to like get everything. So I have to pass this value to somewhere else, which is this entity. So I might decide not to have that's why I'm not passing in the password over here, because it's a sensitive information. So at the same time, we are going to make doing some kind of mapping. We might not want to pass in a booking. We might not want to pass in a room. So those kind of information might not be needed. For example, somebody who is trying to confirm a room might not really need the probably the email of the user who booked. So those kind of information will need to be hidden. So we need a DTO to kind of do those kind of mapping. So yep, so that's kind of on the surface. So this is going to be user DTO and this is going to be room DTO. Yep, so let's just make sure that that change is here. This is going to be bookings DTO as well. Bookings DTO. And let me go to the user and make sure this is also our bookings DTO as well. So yeah, so everything looks fine and good. So next, let's create our login request DTO. So let's just call this login request. This is going to be used for logging in. So here at data, and we just want to have a private string of our email and our password. So this data, we don't want them to be empty. So we're going to use non-blank and message to say email is required. At the same time, for this password, and we'll say password is required. So that looks good. So let's write our last DTO for returning our response. So let me just call this response. This is what we're going to be using to return all responses to our controller. So this, again, I'm going to be using this, and yep, so here I'm going to have a lot of data. So let me just pre-fill those data from here. Like I'm going to be needing the ID, and other. Let me just get this. I'm going to be needing these two. So let me just get this. You know what? Let me get everything. So let's just call this int. Let's just call this status code. This status code is going to determine if it's successful or not. Then string, let's just message. Then let's just have a token. In case we are logging in, we need a token. Then sometimes we also want to return the role as well. Then let's say call this expiration time. Whenever we log in, we want to use this to, create a JWT token. We just want to show the expiration time and all of that data. So we need a booking confirmation code whenever we book a user. We're going to be collecting it here. So we need a user, a room, which is this. So a room, we don't need guest here. So yep, so everything looks a little bit okay. We are not yet done. So yep. So let's also, we're going to be having list of users, having list of bookings and all those stuff. So let me just copy this and call this list user DTO. Then user list. Then at the same time we have the room list. room detail, room list, and at the same time we have a booking list as well. So just copy this booking detail and call it booking list, and then let's have a booking as well. Booking. Yeah, so all these data are not going to be returned. Whenever they are necessary, we are going to return them. When they are not necessary, we are going to omit them. Hence the JSON include over here. So yeah, everything looks set. So let's go over our DTO and entity to make sure everything is set. So let me look at my booking DTO. So everything seems to be set here. And so my login request, this is always fine. My response, yeah, we just finished, this is fine. My room DTO, yeah, I think we need an ID here to be able to identify the room. What's going on here? We need an ID, room type. So this looks good. For our user DTO, we have everything looks fine. Our booking entity, it looks fine. Check in, check out, number of adult children, user ID, many to one. Many bookings can belong to a user. Many bookings can have a room. Everything looks fine. One room belongs to many bookings. So for our room entity as well, room type, room price, room photo URL, room description, bookings. And yep, so see my room. So everything looks good. Yes, for our user entity, we didn't finish this. So let me add some validation to my password as well. So say password is required. Password is required. And then for our bookings, we didn't add mapping to this. So let me just separate this out so I can see properly. So I think that was my problem. Yeah. So for here, for our bookings, we did not add our mapping to it. It's going to be a one to many. One user can have a many bookings. And in our bookings, we can also say that we're already mapping it to a user with a many to one. Okay, so hence we have to also map this here as well. So in our mapping, we're just going to map to by, which is going to be user, and we're just going to fetch type. Let's use lazy fetching, and cascade to be cascade type dot all. So when you delete a user, we want to delete the bookings of that user. So yeah, so that's what this does. So yeah, everything looks a bit better now. Next, we are going to write our repositories. So let's do that quickly. Here, I'm just going to call this user repository. And I'm going to also write repository for room. Let's call it room repository. Gosh. Then also let me write repository for booking repository. So for my room repo, for my user repository, this should be an interface. Then this is going to extend JPA repository, and my object is a user. That's my entity. Let's be careful on the user we are using. Let's make sure that the user is from our entity, not the user from UserDT or the user from Apache. So let's just make sure it's the user from our entity, which you can see over here. Then the primary key is data type is long, and here I'm just going to create two methods. One to check if it exists. That's not working. Okay. Exists by email. This is going to check if our user exists by email. It's going to return a boolean. So then next, also I'm just going to also write a method to find by email. Find by email. It's just going to pass in a string of email, and yeah, so that's that. So that's our user repository. So next I'm going to my room repository. I'm going to like be doing some kind of crazy stuff over here. So first, extend JPA repository. This is going to be room object, and the primary key is a long. So first I'm just going to find by type. Okay, so this is going to be list of, I think, well, by the time we start writing our application, we're going to really understand what's going on here, but just let's follow along. So this is going to be find distinct room types. So I'm just going to pass in a query. I was gonna here import class. So I'm just going to pass in a query at here, and this is going to be select distinct arrow dot room type from room arrow. So this is going to select distinct rooms by the room type. So next I'm going to get all available rooms, list of room, get all available rooms. So I'm also going to pass in a query as well. I'm just going to select arrow is room from arrow room, where the room.id is not in. Let's write another query again. Then let's select another one again. Let's call this b dot room id from booking to b. So we are getting all available rooms. That means we are getting rooms that are not in the booking table. So we're getting all the rooms that are not in the booking table. So those are basically available rooms. So we most likely not really need this, because why would we want to get available rooms? We'll not need this, but let's see, we might need it. So I'm just thinking. So let also write a query to find available room by date and type, because if we go over here, we can see here, you can search for available rooms by date. You can pass in a date, check pass in a room type, and then search to get available rooms. So we want to like write a query to be able to do this. So that's what we're going to be doing next. So let's just do that quickly. list of room is going to be find available rooms by dates and type. So we're going to be passing a date, a type, a check-in date, check-out date, and types. So yeah, so local data local date time is going to be check-in date. So I'm also going to pass in a check-out date as well. So just copy this, check-out date, and then this next is going to be a string and the room type. So we're going to kind of write a little bit of a complex query here to find a room that does not belong where that is not in the check-in date and check-out date. So yeah, so for now it might look a little bit confusing, but when we start writing the implementation, our service class, we are going to see what exactly we did here. So let me just put my column there. So here I'm just going to select, should get rid of that. Arrow is room from room, which is arrow. Okay. Then I'm just going to let's write everything in one line where room type like we're going to like now check the actual room type, which is like this. Let me just copy this here. And arrow.id is not in, we're going to check our bookings if that room is in that booking and if it's in within the check-in date and check-in time of that booking. So that's what we're going to do next. So after writing the code, I'm going to like explain it again what happened. So here I'm just going to select BK, which is booking. From booking, BK, where let me use another column here. Let me see where this thing go to. Okay, here BK dot check-in date, that should be smaller than BK dot check-in date smaller than or equal to check-out date, and bookings dot checkout date, where's the checkout date here, is greater than or equal to check-in date. So this is pretty straightforward. So yep, so I think I need another column here. No, I don't think any. I think this is okay. This is my start, this is my end. Yep. So Yep. So this select arrow from room. So yeah, I think this what we're basically doing is that we are selecting a room from our room table, and we are checking in the check-in date, and we're also checking that room against the booking to make sure that the check-in date and check-out date that we are passing in for that room does not exist in the booking entity. So this is basically what we basically are going to be needing, because a room can be booked by a lot of people in different time, and that room is going to be showed as is being booked if we are using this. So this is not going to be useful anymore. So but we want a user to be able to, let's say for example, I book a room for next week, and someone else wants to book that same room for that day. It cannot book that room for that day because this is going to fail. Okay, when you search for the room, it's going to fail. But it can probably book the room probably a day after or a day before those range, the check-in and check-out date. So that's basically how it works. So we're going to test this method out, and if it doesn't, we're going to come and remodify. So for what I written down, I think is going to work. So I think next we're going to write our booking repository. So this extends JPA repository, and as usual it takes in a booking and the primary key, which is a long. So here we're going to be having three methods. Basically these are very simple methods. For booking, it's just going to find by room ID, long room ID. Another one is going to find by booking confirmation code. So let me just import this. Let me just copy this and paste. Find by booking confirmation code is going to be a string of confirmation codes, and next we're just going to find a user by ID. I think this, yeah, this is going to be a booking as well. We're going to find a booking by a user ID, along just going to pass in the user ID. So this looks a little bit good. Find by booking confirmation codes and find by user ID. It's okay. Yeah, so this looks fine. So up next we are going to write our custom exception handler. So I'm just going to do that quickly. I'm going to my exception again. Exception, yeah. So I'm just going to write a class here. I'm just going to call this our exception. Just want to make it simple, and here is going to extend runtime exception. We just want to create a constructor here, and this is just going to pass in our exception, our message. And we are just going to say call invoke the super. We're just going to pass in the message along. So this is going to be our custom exception. And yeah, so that seems okay. So let's proceed to write our custom user detail service. So before we do that, let me run our application to check if it's going to run fine. So as it is running, let me, oh, something happened. So let me move up. I think we probably have done something crazy. So error creating bin with entity manager factory. Okay. Defined in this. Look at one to many, many to many. Okay, I think there's a problem with my annotation. caused by basic collection of this, which is not a non-basic type of this. So let's take a look at our entity. I think I'm not doing the proper mapping. So this is my user. Here I'm having I think this mapping is correct. Let me go to my booking. I think this mapping is correct. This mapping is correct. Any other mapping? No. Let me go to my room. Yeah, I think, yeah, here I'm having a list of bookings. A room have bookings, so I'm not mapping anything to this. I'm just having, so that's crazy. So I have to add my one-to-one, my one-to-many, because in the bookings, we are already mapping it to many bookings to a room. So in my room, I'm going to have an inverse mapping where I'll just say mapped by, and it's going to be room. And here I can just say fetch. See, is optional. I can just say fetch type dot lazy. I can just say cascade, and I'm just going to say cascade type dot all. So that means there is a if there is a change in my booking, if a user is booking this, is making a booking, that user, whatever booking the user make is going to reflect in the room. Like, this is a booking and the booking is associated to a room. So whatever room is being booked, here in the room is going to add the booking. So JPA does this on the background for us. It's going to auto map the booking to a room over here. So that's what this is doing. So I didn't specify this earlier. So let me just try and run again and see if it's going to work properly. Okay, I think we're having another error. So could not resolve entity arrow. Okay. So yep. So I think I'm having another problem in my room repository, which is this. Could not resolve entity arrow. So let's just check what's going on. Arrow the room type from room arrow. Yep. Room arrow with arrow dot type ID. Okay. Arrow from room. This is supposed to be like room arrow. So I think that's where the problem is. So let's quickly modify select arrow from room arrow, from room, which is called arrow, where arrow.id not in select booking.room ID from booking. So I think let's just run again and see if this is going to run properly. Yeah, I think it ran properly. So what we only have here is our generated ID, and we can see it's not breaking, it's still up. Yep, so that runs fine. So let me just take that out. So let's proceed in our service class. Let's create our custom user detail service, and we'll continue with our implementation. So here's the service here. I'm gonna come here. I'm just gonna call this custom user detail service, who is going to implement user detail service. So here I'm just going to implement the method, which is to load by username. And before then, let me just annotate this with add service. It's a service class, and I'm going to auto wire my user repository, which we just created. Let's call user repository, and here I'm just going to say user repository dot find by email. I'm just going to pass the username and .s through username not found exception or email here. Let's just write that here. let's say new exception, let's just say username. It's basically username email not found. So that's when this a custom security feature. Whenever you come into the application and we are trying to authenticate you, is going to invoke this method and is going to load by a username to check if you are authenticated. So next we are going to write our JWT Util service, so which is going to be used to generate a token for logged in users. And we're also going to be using it to validate a token as well. So now let's proceed to write our JWT Util class for generating and validating a token. So go over here, come here and just call this JWT Utils, and this, let's annotate this with a service so we can inject it elsewhere. And here I'm just first of all just going to have my expiration time, the time duration for the token to expire. So I will just set this to 7 days. So this is going to be milliseconds. So I'm just going to make calculations to make sure it falls within 7 days. So I'm just going to have my secret key. Let's call it key. Then I'm going to make a constructor. So here I want to give a value to my key here. So here I'm just going to first of all have my secret string, which is a dummy character of alphanumeric. So you can just feed this with dummy data to be our secret string. As well, you can also probably maybe save it somewhere in your database and always change it as time goes. So for now, let's just leave it here. It's going to be used for hashing. It's the algorithm that's going to be used to hash and generate a token for us. So here, bytes. Score this key bytes. Base 64. Dot get decoder dot decode. Let's decode our secret key, secret string, get bytes, and let's use our UTF-8 for the decoding. Then let's say this dot key equals to new secret key spec, and we'll say our key byte. Then our hashing algorithm is going to be h mark. Let me just see if I can just get that here. H mark. Okay, it's not coming up. So let me H SHA 256. This mark. So next, I'm just going to create my generate token method. It's going to pass in a user details. It was going to return JWTs from our JSON web token dot builder dot subjects let's just first of all pass in a subject. Import user details dot get username dot issue ads this new date system dot current util time expiration is going to expire. Let's also pass this system dot current meals, then plus our expiration time here, which is this, then dot sign with our key, then dot compact. Everything seems to be okay for now. So next I'm going to have a method to extract my username. It's going to pass in our token to return. I'm going to create a method called extract claim. Passing my token, my claims, and get the subject out of it. So here I'm going to create my extract claim. It's going to be private, it's going to be used just over here alone. Taking a string, token, I'm going to pass in my claim to it. Claims, claims function. I'm just going to return claims function dot apply JWT S dot parser dot verify with our key dot build dot pass sign claims our token. Then let's get the payload out of it. Okay, so that seems fine. So let's just create another method to check if our token is valid and if it is expired. It's going to be boolean valid token. Gonna take this token and I'm passing our user details. Let's just extract our username. and pass in our token, and then let's return a true or false. If our username dot equals user details dot get username and not is token expire. I'm going to create this quickly. Token. So this is going to be returned true or false based on if the details, the token we're passing in is true, or if the token is expired, or if it's not expired. Return. This is our extract claims. Passing our token. Claims. Get expiration. That's before new date. So everything looks set here. So if we have any problem, we are going to come back and easily make modification. So for now, let's proceed to writing our security configurations. Let me check two error here. Let's just see what's that. Expecting this. Rid of that. And yeah, that's good. So let's proceed to write our security configuration. So I'm just going to close this up. So first, I'm going to come over here and get this up. So I'll come to my security, and first I'm going to be writing my course configuration so we can be able to access this on our front end. So I'm just going to come over here, create a class, and call this course config. And here I'm just going to annotate it with configuration. And here I'm going to create a bin public web MVC configurer. I'll just call this web MVC configurer. And I'm just going to return new web MVC configurer. I'm going to override the add course mapping, which is this. And here I'm just going to registry.add mapping. I'm going to add auth / and I'm going to allow all methods. I'm going to just pass in the method that I want: get, post, put, and delete. I'm just going to allow origins for everyone. So in production, we can probably specify, the origins that we want. You get. If I want to add further configuration, I can decide to say, okay, I want also endpoints to be accessible. But for now, we just want everything. We want anybody to be able to make get, post, put, and delete requests from any URL for any front end to this our backend. So that's for this. So we are going to move forward by adding JWT filter. So I'm just going to come over here and create a class and say JWT Auth Filter. Let's just call it Auth Filter to be a little bit descriptive. So this is a class, and so this is going to be the interceptor. Is going to be the first point that's called when someone makes a call to our endpoint, so to our service. So if anybody is calling our service, the first line of security is going to be the auth filter chain. It's going to intercept the request and is going to filter it and is going to determine if that person is authorized to access that endpoint or not. So let's write our logic. So first, I'm just going to call this component, annotate this because I'm going to be using it in my next class. So I'm just going to auto wire, since we're going to be using our JWT filter, our JWT class. I'm just going to auto wire it here. JWT util. We just call that JWT utils. So at the same time, I'm also going to bring our custom user detail service, which we are going to be using to find a username. Okay, so let's say custom detail service, and let's just call it the same name. So here, this is going to extend once our request filter. I'm going to implement the method over here to filter internal. So here we can see it takes in a request. Whatever request that is coming to our entire application is going to be intercepted here. Then we are going to write a logic to process that request to determine if the request is authorized or authenticated. And we are going to forward it to the response and then filter it using the filter chain. So yep, so that's that. I'm going to just continue here and say final string. Let's just collect our header, and this is going to be the request dot get header and authorization. Also remember that since we are using JWT and we're going to be having a token and all of that, so if a user is coming in from our front from anywhere making call, if a user passing an authorization, then we are going to intercept and collect it here, and then we're going to, as user is passing a token, we're going to collect it here and we're going to verify that token if it is valid, invalid, and and etc. So yeah, so that's what we are doing here, collecting the authorization, collecting the token. Then let's just create another final here, string. Let's just call this JWT token, and then final string is an email. So I'm just going to create an if statement. If auth header is equal to null. Just actually, let me just be a little bit fast. So I think I've explained too much. Or auth header is blank. Then filter chain dot to filter. Then requests response. How is this in? Okay, yeah. Then let's just return that. So if it's blank, if there's nothing on our auth header, let the do filter chain handle every other thing. The filter chain is going to handle it, and we're going to configure that security after this. So, but if not, if there's something there, let's just collect our JWT token. We're just going to say auth header dot substring. Then we'll collect the first, we'll remove the first several. So what exactly are we doing here? So if I go to my Postman and let's I want to make this is like my endpoint production environment endpoint, and I want to make a call to a secure endpoint. I'm going to, since we're using JWT, we're going to be passing in the bearer token, by which we're going to be passing in the token that we generated. So if we do this in our header, is going to bundle everything and it's going to add a bearer to it. So this bearer is 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're going to add a bearer to it plus our token. So that's exactly what we are doing here. We are removing that bearer so we can get the exact token, which is our JWT token here. So yep, so that's that. So let's just say user email equal to JWT utils dot extract username. We remember the method we wrote before. So let's extract our username from our token, which a user is passing in. So that has been done. And here I'm just going to say if user email is not equal to none, and we're going to say security context holder dot get context dot get authentication. If it's equals to null, then that means the token is probably not valid. So I'm just going to say user details. If the user email is not equal to null, that means there's a value there, and this is not okay. Let's just use our custom user details service dot load by username, which is our user email. I'm going to say if or JWT util dot is token JWT token and user details. We're using our util to validate a token right now. Then security context to security context holder dot create empty context. We can say username password authentication token, new username password authentication token. We're going to be passing the user details, null, and user details dot get authorities. And yep, we're just going to say token dot, I think I should just make this a little bit big so we can see what's going on. Set details, new web authentication data source dot view details, then pass my request. I'm just going to say security context dot set authentication token. Then I'm just going to say security context holder dot set context security context, and if everything is fine, I'm just going to, at the end, I'm just going to filter chain and dot do filter, then my requests and my response. Yeah, so everything seems to look fine. If there's any issue, as usual, we are going to come over again and we are going to look into it and make modifications. So for now, let's move to write our security configuration where we have to expose some endpoints to make some endpoint publicly accessible, to make some accessible by users, and to make some accessible by admin. So let's do that. So in the same security, I'm going to call this security config. This is going to be at configuration enable method security, and also let's enable web security as well. And as usual, we are going to bring in our properties, our custom user detail service. We are going to bring in our auth filter, JWT Auth Filter, which is this auth filter we just wrote here. We're going to be making use of it again. Then yeah, I think that seems to be okay for now. Let's just continue. Admin, let's just create a security filter chain. Security filter chain. Where is it? Filter chain. Let's just stick with the same name. It's going to pass in a HTTP security. Let's just be consistent with the name. I'm just going to throw an exception. I'm not having issue spelling through. We can have a custom exception here that we're going to return if probably we can decide to customize our faulty kind of error and all of that. But let's just get this out first, then we look into that. So CSRF, then abstract HTTP configurer, and let's disable the default configuration.cause custom with default authorize HTTP request. Let's just call this request, then to use our function as if request dot request matches. If it matches auth, if it matches anything auth and every other thing, or let's say rooms, I'll just put a slash before, or put a slash bookings, or let's say booking slash any other thing. Then we want to permit all. Else, if there's any other request that does not follow this, we want to authenticate that request. Authenticated. So yep, so that looks good. Dot section management. Let's add a section management here. Let's call it manager. I will say manager dot session creation policy. Let's just make this stateless, and let's just add authentication provider here, which is going to be authentication. I'm going to create this authentication provider. I'm going to create this shortly at the bottom, and do filter before and JWT Auth Filter. We can see this is the JWT Auth Filter we created here. Want to use this to filter before, then we just add our username, password, authentication class, and everything seems a little bit better here. So let's return our HTTP security.build. So let's build it and return it. So down here, I'm just going to create my authentication provider. Use a bin as well. Authentication. What? Authentication provider. Let's call it that. And here I'm just going to do just use a DAO authentication provider. Call it DAO authentication provider equal to new DAO authentication provider. Here I'm just going to continue. Let me just call this DAO. Yeah, I just call it this. So authentication provider dot set user details. It's going to be our custom user detail service, which is this. And I'll just say DAO authentication provider dot set password encoder. We want to also encode the password as well. Then I'm just going to create a password encoder method below. So let me just copy this. Okay, let's just return DAO authentication provider. So here I'm going to make this a bin as well. We are going to be using this password encoder in our service as well. So let's make it a bin public password encoder. Just return new bcrypt. So we're going to be using bcrypt password encoder. And at the same time, let me just create a bin again of authentication manager. Authentication manager. This is going to return. Before you then, let me pass in my authentication configuration. Authentication configuration. Authentication configuration. I'm just going to say authentication configuration dot get authentication manager. So this is going to add exception. So that's exception added here. So that seems a bit okay. So let me just build and make sure everything is fine. Yeah. So everything looks good. So next we are going to get our AWS credentials and set it up, and then write our S3 service to save images to our cloud. So we are going to configure our S3 bucket where we are going to be saving our images. So first, I'm just going to go here. Let's get rid of this. So I'm just going to go to AWS. Then AWS Amazon.com sign up. I'm just going to click on that. So it's going to, if you already have an account, you sign. If you don't, you should create an account. I'm going to click on that. Then my account email, I think that's figondev@gmail.com, and accounts username. Just call this figondev. Verify email. Then let me just go to my mail and pick that out. Set my passwords. Let me just so if you've passed those steps where you have to put your credit card and then it's going to come to here that tell you basic support free for new user, just click on that. Click on complete setup. Congratulations, thank you for signing up. We are good to go, and now we can sign into the console. So I've successfully logged in. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to create a user and give that user an access and secret key. So that access and secret key is what we are going to be using to upload images to an S3 bucket. So first of all, to do that, just come over here, search for I am, and click on the I am here. And it's going to show this page. So currently I have 0 users, and so what we're going to do here is come over to the left part here where I have users. So click on the users, and it's going to bring us to this page, and click on create a user. If you already have a user, you can just assign a new credentials to that user, but for me I don't have, so I'm going to create a user. Let's just call this hotel user, and don't create console, just click on next. So let's set permissions boundary. Let's copy permission. For now, no attach policy. So go to the attach policy here, and let's give this a policy. And we're going to give it an S3 policy, Amazon S3 full access. Click on that and click on next. And here we're just going to click on create user. So we can see here a user have been created, and I'm just going to click on the user, and I'm just going to click on create access key for that user. And I'm just going to click on, just click anything, click on order, it doesn't really mean. Next, and I'm just going to write the description. I'm just going to just call this image, okay, image upload. Click on create access key. And here, if I can show my secret key here, I copy it, we can see this is my secret key and this is my access key. So I'm going to copy the secret key here. I'm just going to my project. I'm just going to my application.property. I'm just going to call this aws.s3 secret key. Just going to paste it there. At the same time, also going to have the access key as well. So I'm going over again. I'm going to like copy the access key. So we all know it's not a good practice to show the access and secret key. So most of the time we don't really store them on the application property. We most likely just store them on an inf file so we can use it. So people will not have access to this, because when they have access to this, they can store values on our S3 buckets. So that's that. And yeah, done. I can download the CSV file if I want. Just click on that. It's been downloaded. Click on done. But we've already copied the credentials that we need, which is this and this. And yep. So that is that. Then next, we're just going to S3. Search for S3 here. Click on S3. This is the S3 bucket. And here we currently have no bucket because it's more like a new account. So if you already have some bucket, it's going to display below. So let's just click on create bucket. And I'm just going to call this Figon Hotel images. So that's my bucket name. Just hope that this is not already in existence, and I just leave that and okay. Tags, enable our bucket name, choose buckets, yeah. This ACL disable recommend block public access. No, we don't want to block public access to this bucket. Acknowledged, yep. We know what's going to happen. Yeah, bucket versioning, disabled tags, encryption, advanced setting. There's nothing we need to do here. So let's create a bucket. And we're telling us that bucket name contains invalid character underscore. Okay, we don't need underscore. Let's use a dash. Seems that it does not like an underscore, so let's use a dash there. Click on create buckets. So a bucket has been created here. We are going to continue editing our bucket policy. I'm going to click on my bucket name. Property seems to be okay. Just click down. Everything seems fine here. I'll go to my permission. Everything seems okay. I'll go to my so I'm just going to edit my bucket policy over the permission over here. So currently there are no policy attached to our bucket. So that means if we upload data images to our bucket, we'll not be able to retrieve that image using the image URL. So for us to be able to retrieve images, we need to edit the bucket policy, and we're going to tell this our bucket that look, we want you to allow people to be able to access the images that are uploaded here. So I'm just going to click on the edit, and here I'm going to write my policy. So I already wrote it down. You can paste it here, or you can just browse it on the net or ChatGPT how to bucket policy. Is just going to bring a bucket policy for you. So what we're going to do next is we're just going to copy this, and we're just going to replace this with that. So I'm just going to replace this with my bucket name, so which is this. So everything is fine here. So now I'm giving a get object permission, and it's allowing every object, it's allowing anybody to be able to get that object here. So this is done. So I'm just going to save my changes, and our permission has been successfully changed, saved. I'm just going to copy my bucket name. I'm just going to my IntelliJ, just put bucket name here, just put it over there. Yep. So next I'm going to my services, and I'm just going to write my AWS service here, and class I'm just say AWS 3 S3 service. So here I'm going to annotate this with at service, and here I'm going to just um define my bucket name here, finance string bucket name. I'm just going to call this our bucket name, which is that. Then I'm just going to get my access and my secret key value, and I'm just going to add value. I'm just going to say, why is this thing doing twice? I'm just going to get my value from here, which is, this is going to be my access key. So I'm just going to copy this. It's going to get it from here. I'm just going to call this private string access key. And let me just call this AWS S3 access key to be more descriptive. At the same time, I'm just going to have the same thing for our secret key. I'm just going to call this, what did I save it here? Secret key. So just bring that here and call it secret key. So these two are here, is going to bring them here. So after that, I'm just going to create my method to save the images to S3. I'm just going to call this save image to S3. I'm just going to pass in the image file. Just going to call it photo. Can be any other kind of image, or let's stick with photo and string. I'm just going to call my S3 location. Image, we're going to set this. For now, let's just keep it as null. So let's proceed. I'm going to, let me just give some gap down here so we can see what we're doing. So I'm just going to wrap this in a try and catch block. Say true, new or exception, and say to upload image to drive, image to S3 bucket. So let me just print the stack trace and just add the error a dot get message. So yep, so here I'm just going to create my credential. I'm going to, let's just do that, call it basic AWS credential equals to new basic AWS credential. I'm just going to pass in my secret key, access key, and my secret key. So this is my access key and my secret key. So it's just going to use this to create an authentication for me. So after that, I'm just going to create my S3 client. Let's call this Amazon S3. This is this S3 client equals to, we just call this S3 client. Amazon Amazon S S3 client builder, S3 client builder dot standard. Let's use the standard that is set dot width dot width credential, and it's going to be a new AWS static credential provider, which is going to be our AWS credential, which is this. Dot, we can decide to add a region with region, and we're going to pass in our region. It's going to be region dot west, US West. US is 2. How do I know my region? Just, if I go to my, go over here and I go to my buckets, this is my bucket actually. Where is it again? We can see the AWS region for my bucket is US East 2, Ohio, so it's showing there, so you can just use that as well. But if you omit it, it's going to just use, it's not going to be really a big deal. Dot build, what's going on with this? String dot value. Okay. All right. Let's check dot width. Do we have any other kind of region? Our client builder. Yeah, let's use this. Let's use regions. Sorry. Let's use regions, and region dot is 2. Where's my region? Where's my region? Region. Let me import. Oh, okay. Let's just wrap it. I think probably yeah, they want us to wrap it, so let's just wrap it. Okay. That's fine. So we are going to convert our multipath to an input string. So that's going to be input stream. Let's call it input stream equals to our photo dot get input stream. And after that, we are going to set our metadata for our objects, which is going to be object metadata. It's going to be metadata, new object metadata. Now we'll say metadata dot set content type, which is going to be image dash. We just want to convert whatever image we have to be image slash JPEG. Whatever kind of file we are bringing in, want to convert it to an image, a JPEG. So after that, then we want to like put that object to our S3 bucket. So I'm just going to say put object request new, put object request, then our bucket name, we want to put it to our S3 we need to have our S3 file name, which I think we omitted here. We're going to just put it there. I didn't actually add my S3 define how we want to rename the object that we are saving. So I didn't factor that in. So let's just quickly do that here. So I'm just going to say S3 file name equals to photo. Let's just get the original name. So we don't want to do extra logic to save the file name. So whatever name the file is called, let's just leave it as it is in the bucket. So I'm just going to pass it my input stream and then my metadata. So that is that, and I'm just going to say S3 client dot put object. I'm just going to put my object request. So that's that. Then whenever we are done, we want to return the location of the image. That's the image URL, so we can save it in our database. So I'm just going to say S3 location image, which is this. Let me set the value now. It's now going to be equals to HTTPS then plus my bucket name plus, did I have a plus there? Plus dot S3 dot Amazon AWS.com. We're going to see how it works shortly. Then plus S3 file name. So this is going to be the absolute URL for our image. Then I'm going to return S3 location image. All right, so yep. So we can just return this directly because we don't really see a need for having this return. This is going to throw an error already. So yeah. So let's just do this and fine. A little bit of modification. So this, I checked their documentation and I don't really think this will return a string. Like this is gonna like, so let's just redo this again and just say regions dot EU West 2. Yeah, and just get rid of this. So this was a slight modification I made and I'm using a different kind of region here. So yeah, so I think this should be better. So we are going to come back during testing, and if anything goes wrong, we are going to rewrite. Let's move forward. We are going to write our util class for generating confirmation code and also for mapping. So let's just do that quickly. Whenever a user book for a hotel, want to have a confirmation code to the user as shown in the intro, so the user can use that to verify himself whenever he wants to check into the hotel. So let's go to our util, and here I'm just going to call this utils. Can give any name, not really a problem. So here I'm just going to have my private, static, final. Let's just call this numeric string, and this is going to be, this should be a string first of all, and this is going to be just the algorithm for generating a random string. So I just want it to be ABCD to ZN 0 to 9. ABCDEFGHIJKLMNOPQRSTUVW XYZ 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Yeah, so that's good. So next I just want to what's going on here? So next I just want to have my random object. Let's just see private static final again. I just say let's use secure random from security, and let's call it secure random equals to new secure random. So yep, so I'm just going to create my method here. It's going to be a static method. I'll just call this get, just call it generate random for numeric. Yeah, let's just leave it that way, and it's going to take in an integer, that's the length of the character that I want to generate. If you want it to be 5, a 10, it can be whatever we want. So let me use a string builder, equals to new string builder, and here I'm just going to use a for loop to say for the integer, let's just say I starting from 0, and we say I is smaller than the length, and then we just say I continue to increment it plus plus. So here I'm just going to int run, just call this, let's call it random index equals to secure random dot next int, then let's pass in our alphanumeric string dot length, and I'm just going to have a character, and let's call this random character. And this is going to be the same alphanumeric string dot character at random index. Where is it? Random index. This should be index. I don't like wrong spelling. Random index, and then I'm just going to say string builder dot append random character. So this is just going to help to generate random character from this algorithm here. So based on the length, it's just going to use that to generate. And yep, so let's return string builder dot convert it to string. So that's that. Okay, yeah, so that has been done. So we are going to also let's just use this class to generate our mapping. Although we can use a dependency to generate our mapping by converting from our entity to our DTO, we can use a map struct dependency, or we can use a model mapper. But I just want to do this manually so we can see how those dependencies work at the background. So yeah, so let's just create our first mapping for mapping a user entity to a user DTO. So I'm just going to say public. Let me just push this a little bit down. I'm just going to call this static, the static method, user DTO. Let's just call this map user entity to user DTO. So this is going to pass in a user entity. Let's make sure the user is from the entity, not the security user. So this is going to be user DTO. User DTO equals to new user DTO. And here I'm just going to say user DTO dot set ID. I'm just going to like user dot get ID. So then I'm just going to say user DTO dot set name. Going to be user dot get name. Then user DTO dot set email. Going to be user dot get email. Then user DTO dot set phone number is going to be user dot get phone number. Then user DTO dot set the user role, going to be user dot get the user role. Then we don't want to map the password as well, so this is a good, if we are returning the entity directly, it's most likely going to map the password as well. Also, remember this user entity have a bookings as well, and for that mapping we don't want to return this booking, we just want to like just get return the user details alone. So we're going to write other mapping for the user where we have to return the bookings. We're going to be getting a user and the bookings together as well. So for now, let's just make this simple, map user entity to user DTO only. So here I'm just going to return a user DTO, and that's fine. So the same way I'm going to write another method to map an entity, to map a user entity to user DTO, and also add the bookings and the room as well. So I'm going to just copy this, just going to paste this. What is that? Copy this. I'm going to paste this. I'm just going to call this map user entity to user DTO plus the user bookings and the user room. So it's going to take a user as well. I'm getting the ID, the name, the email, phone number, then the user row as well. And here I'm just going to say if user, if not user dot get bookings is empty. If it's not empty, let's just add the bookings to, let's say user DTO dot set bookings is going to be user dot get bookings dot stream. Let's just get each item of the booking dot map. Let's map it, and here I'm just going to call this booking, and this is going to be, here I'm just going to create a method to map booking. Let's just call this map booking entity to booking DTO plus booked room. So I just hope this is not kind of a little bit confusing, but we're going to see how it works shortly. And for this method, I'm going to pass in my booking, and I'm just going to just say, should I book the map the user as well? I'm just going to say false. I'm going to create that shortly. And after that is going to be just going to collect dot to list. Yeah, so I think that's done, and return the bookings. So I'm also going to create another booking where I have to map a room entity to a room DTO. So I'm just going to do that quickly. I'm going to copy this. I'm just going to change the method. Let me just copy this down here and say map room entity to room DTO. So this is going to take a room entity. Let's call this room, and this is going to be a room DTO. Let's just call this room DTO and new room DTO. So yeah, let's map the feed. Let's just get rid of this. Room DTO dot set ID. Let's just say the room dot get ID. Room DTO dot set room type. Room dot get room type. Room DTO dot set room price. Room dot get room price. Room DTO dot set photo URL. Room dot get photo URL. Then let's just return our room DTO. Yep. So that's look. This is user DTO. That's just crazy. DTO. So yeah. So that looks good. So next, let's map a room entity to room DTO plus the bookings. So it's kind of get a little bit complex, but we're going to see how it works shortly. So I'm just going to copy this again. We want to add the bookings to this. Okay, so just call this map entity to room DTO. That's crazy. My CapCut is not working. Plus, so we want to add the bookings of a room. So if we go to the room entity, we'll see that it has a booking. So we want to map that bookings as well. So there are some instances where we only need a room data, the room ID, room type, room price, room URL. We don't want to add the bookings to it, so it doesn't consume our resource. So we want to be resources efficient. So that's the reason why I'm having all these multiple bookings. I can just have one method that's going to just return all the data. That's just going to map everything. So that's going to be resources intensive at both our front end and also our server. So we only have to return the value that are needed, hence the different booking mapping entity. So for this, let's just continue with this. And everything here looks good. We're just going to add our bookings to it. And this is going to be if room dot get bookings is not equals to null. So we're just going to add that here. We'll see room DTO dot set bookings. Then we're just going to do room dot get bookings dot stream dot map. Then when mapping, we are going to use the map booking entity to booking DTO. So which we do not have here. So let's just create that quickly. So as we are creating that, let's just let's create that quickly. So before I write that, so let's continue this. Let's just say dot map, and let's just say this. I'm going to write a method called map bookings entity to bookings DTO. I'm going to collect then to string. So let's just quickly write this implementation up here. So I'm just going to come over here. I'm just going to paste that here as I pre-wrote it. So, yep. Okay, so let me just copy the name here and boom, we can see that's fine. So now we have to generate an alphanumeric code, which is our confirmation code. We have to map a user entity to user DTO. We have to map a room entity to room DTO. We have to map a booking entity to booking DTO. So here now we have a map room entity to room DTO plus the bookings. We can see we're having a bookings. So over here as well, we can see we are having a booking. We are mapping a user entity to user DTO plus the booking and the room. So this is user DTO set booking. So this is going to add a booking and a room as well. So let's finally write this mapping where we have to map a booking entity to a booking DTO plus a booked room and also the user as well. Okay, so I'm just going to come over here, public static booking DTO. I'm just going to call that the method, and which is this. So booking DTO plus booked rooms. Okay, this should have an S here. Yep. So here I'm just going to pass in a booking which is booking, and then I'm just going to have a boolean. Should I also map a user as well? So I'm just going to call this map user is going to be a true or false. So should I map a user as well? So this is going to be a very long mapping. So let's just get to work. So first I'm going to just copy my bookings map over here to make it faster. Just be that here, come over here, paste it here, and that seems fine. I'm just going to say if there is a condition, if this is true to map a user, let me add the user's mapping as well, because sometimes we might want to add a user who booked a room. Sometimes we will not want to add a user who booked a room. So depending on our logic, we are going to see that. So I'm just going to say bookings dto.set user set user is going to be, I'm just going to use the method I already have. Let's use map user entity to user DTO. Map, don't I have it? Let me just go over here and see. Map user entity to user DTO. Yeah, I have it. So what's going on here? Am I not able to access this? So let's say this dot say this dot um utils dot oh, utils map user entity to user DTO is there. So what was wrong, man? Map use map user entity to user details. Yeah, so that's really crazy. So yeah, so here I'm just going to get a booking dot get users, so it's going to map that. And also as well, I'm just going to map room if it's available. So I'm just going to say if booking dot get room, if it's not equals to null. Why is this over here? It's crazy. Yeah. I see the pin. So I'm going to add the room detail as well. The room detail, which is this. I'm just going to add it. I'm just going to add it over here. So this is going to be bookings dot get room dot bookings dot get room dot. So I'm just going to replace all this get room ID, get room type, get room price, get room photo URL. So let's also add the get room description as well. Room detail dot set room description is going to be bookings dot get room description. Yep, so that is fine. And yeah, we're just going to say bookings detail dot set room is going to be a room detail. All right, so everything looks good. Then we're just going to return our bookings detail. We are going to map our user list, our room list, and our booking list. So before then, I just observed that we weren't adding our room description, we weren't mapping our room description in our room. So let's just do that quickly. This is our room detail. We didn't map our room description here. Let's just say room dot get description, and over here room detail, we didn't mark our room description, so we say room dot get description. Yep, so that is fine. Map room, add our description to our room. Map booking, do we need the description in? Okay, no. Do we need map room entity to plus booking? So for a booking in a room, do we need the description of the room? So we can just leave it. It's not going to, yeah. Let's just comment it out for now. Yep. So let's proceed and map our user list, our room list, and our booking list. So let's just do that. Public static list of user detail, and let's just call it map user list entity to user list detail. Oh, so yep. So what is going on here? So this is going to take in a list of user. I just call it user list, and we're just going to return. It's going to strip for mapping user list dot collect the stream each items, then create a map of it. Then let's just say utils dot not dot. Let's structure this. Let's collect the map user entity to user detail. Then let's just collect and to string. Yeah, so that looks good. Let me just Yep, so at the same time, let's do this for, let me just copy paste this. Let's do this for the room list. So let's just call this map room list entry to room list detail. This is going to be a room, and this is going to be room list, and this is going to be room detail. And for room list, is going to be the room list dot stream dot map. This now is going to be map room entity to room detail. I'll just get rid of that. I'm just going to collect it. So at the same time, I'm going to paste this for our booking list. So this is going to be our booking detail. This is going to be our booking, and this is going to be our booking list. And here I'm just going to say booking list dot stream. This is going to be map booking entity to booking detail. And here I'm just going to call this map booking list entity to booking list detail. So everything is fine now, and when we start testing it and there's a problem, we can easily come back and readjust. So let's move forward by writing our auth and user service. This is going to be used to register a user, login, to get all users, to get delete a user, those kind of users CRUD operations. So let's do that. Before we do that, I remember over here I commented this before to get the room description. Let's just get it along. As I'm mapping the room, let's just get the description as well. So yep, so that's that. I'll move to my service class. In the interface, I'm going to call this user service. It's going to be an interface. And here I'm going to write my method. So this is going to take a response register. It's going to take in a login request. Just call it login request. You know what? Let me just copy paste this several times to be faster. So this is going to be for login. This is actually going to take in a user. Yeah, this is going to take a user. This is going to be login. This is for, let's say, get all users. It's not going to take in any parameter. Then let's just say get user bookings history. This is going to get all the history of users, and we're just going to pass in the user ID. For this, just delete user. This is going to be user ID. At the same time, let me just, this is going to be to get user by ID. This is going to be get logged in user info. I just call it get my info. The current is going to get the current logged in user information. So in my implementation, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to create an implementation of it, and I'm going to call it user service. This is going to be a class. I'm going to annotate this with at service. I'm going to implement user service. I'm going to implement our methods. So here, to register a user, before then, let me bring in my first auto-wire. What we are going to be needing, we are going to need just a user repository. Let me just copy paste this multiple times. I'm going to be needing the password encoder, so that whenever we are registering a user, we need to encode the password. It's going to be JWT Utils. There's going to be Authentication Manager. So that seems a little bit okay for now. So to register a user, I'm going to, first of all, let's just create an object of the response. Goes to new response. I'm just going to wrap this in a try and catch block. This is going to be exception E, and I'm going to be catching other kind of exception. Let's just say custom exception E here. And I'm just going to say response dot set. I was gonna here set status code. So I don't really know the kind of exception I'm going to catch for now, so let's just leave this out. So let me write my try implementation, then that's going to determine the kind of exception to catch. So let's just say, first of all, let me just say if for register, this is going to be register. So I'm just going to say if register.getRole. First of all, for admin, I don't want to also create an admin in our front end. I want us to be able to create an admin using our, just using our, Postman. At the front end, I only want us to be able to create users at the front end. So yeah, so I just want to say if there's no role, then I'm just going to set the default role to user. So that's what I want to do here. If row equals to null or register.role, I think this should be user, not register. I don't really know why I'm using register here. So it's kind of confusing me. So let's just rename it properly. So yeah, user dot get role is blank. Then I'm just going to set the user dot set role. I'm just going to call it user. All right. So that's one. Then I'm just going to add another if statement. If, let's say, user repository dot exist by email, then user dot get email. Then I just want to throw an error and th. I was gonna throw new our custom exception. I just want to say user. I was gonna here user dot just put the email there. Let's say already exists. So if our email already is for every user we want to register, we want the email to be unique. So if email already exists, it's going to throw an error. Just want it that to be. So I'm just going to say user dot set password. So if everything here is fine, I'm just going to set the password. I'm going to use a password encoder dot encode. Just going to get the password. Then I start. Then I'm just going to save the user equals to user repository dot save, and that's that. So everything is fine. So let me just catch take a response here, response dot set status. So for this kind of error, let's just make it 400, which is a bad request. Then response, what is this? What's going on here? Then response dot set message. So for every, I just want to call this message. I just get the error message that is coming from here. So we are throwing this and we are catching it over here and we are collecting this error message. So over here, let me just do the same thing, but this time around is going to be a 500 internal server error, and this is going to be just say error occurred during creation. If there's any other kind of error that was not probably an error from the database, is going to also catch it over here and pass it here. Okay, so our registration is successful. Yet to be, oh sorry, let me return the, I'm not done yet. So let me so here let me just say, so let's just say the user DTU, let me map it. Let's just call this user DTU equals to utils dot map user entity to user DTU. So just passing the save user and it's going to, so here let me write my response or set status code, set status, that was going to be 200 successful. Then response dot set user, then it's going to be the user details. Then we are returning the response over here. So this is okay. So let's quickly move down to write our login implementation. So here I'm just going to come here. I'm just going to, as usual, our response equals to new response. I'm just going to be a little bit fast. Wrap it over try and catch. We're going to be having our exception E. We might have probably other kind of exception. And as usual, let me just copy this here, paste it. Let's just say record during user login. And for this other one, I can just paste it here. Depending on the error we catch, I'm going to change the status code. So let's proceed. First of all, if someone is trying to log in, we have to authenticate that our credentials. Going to be authenticate new username, password, encoder token. I'm just going to pass in login request dot get email. So the same time I'm going to login request dot get password. I'm just going to get password. I'm just going to pass in the email and the password, and it's going to authenticate it. So that's that. And so then let's just create our user. Let's just check if our user exists. So equals to user repository dot find by email, login request dot get email dot, no, that should be dot, otherwise true. Let's just throw an exception here. Let's just call this new, let's call it our exception, and let's just here say user not found. So here I'm just going to call this here a 404 error. So we're going to proceed. I'm just going to, if everything is fine here, is able to pass this case, then we are going to create a token for that user. So I'm just going to use the JWT utils.generate token. Just going to pass in the user object there. It's going to generate a token against the user. And I'm going to say response. What is it going here? Response dot set status code is going to be 200. Response dot set token is going to be our JWT. This is actually a token, so let's just call this token. Then response dot set role, say on user dot get role, then response dot set, just want to return these values. Set expiration time. Remember our expiration time is 7 days, so let's just say 7 days 7. Then response dot set message. Then this is going to be successful. Yep, then that's fine. Then I'm going to return the response over here. And yeah, our login method is fine. So let's also proceed to write our method to get our users. So this is going to be very straightforward. I'm going to bring this out here. Now I'm going to bring this out here. Just going to put that here. Same thing, a try and catch and catch. We have our exception E and catch again. If any other exception we did not catch, let's just put it over there. Let's just do this. Error getting our users, and for this, let's just put that here. We don't know the status code yet, so yep. So just format that. So move. I'm just going to first of all get a user. Just going to get a user. Goes to user repository dot, that should be list of users, list of users, list of user, user list, user repository dot find all dot does not have, okay, yeah, just find all. Then we're just going to convert this to a DTO, list of user DTO, user list DTO. Okay, equals to utils dot map user list entity to user list detail. So I'm just going to pass in the user list, and I'm just going to say response dot set status, so 200. Response dot set message, that's going to be successful. What's that? And response dot set user list, that's going to be our user detail list. So yeah, we are not actually catching this our exception here, so I can just get rid of that and catch a generic exception. So that is that. So we are going to return our response here, and that seems good. So next we are going to write our implementation to, let's try to delete to, yeah, let's just try to get user booking history. Let's just write it synchronously to avoid some kind of like problem. So the same thing we do, if you can recall, you create our response object first. create our try and catch. We can have our exception E, and we can have every other kind of exception. For this other one, we don't really know what this exception is going to be, so let's just return that. While for the one we know, we might have to add a description to it. So, yep. So for this, I'm going to user, I'm going to say user repository dot find by ID, find by ID, not find all. So I'm going to passing the ID. It requires a long, and this is a string. I have to convert it to a long string dot value of and user ID. So dot s through. Let's just write our user exception, and let's just call this user not found. So yeah, so that's gonna be a 404 here. Yeah. So we are going to now to map. This is going to return everything. This is going to return all our user plus the booking and all of them. So now let's map it. So user detail equals to utils dot map user entity to user detail plus user bookings and room. Map user entity to get it. So that's what we want. So we want to add it. So this was what I was saying. We want to add the booking and the room to the user to our response, which is that. While for these other ones, we didn't really want to add it. So when we're booking, we have to exclude what we needed to add. And here that we need the bookings of that user because we want to get the user history plus all the bookings and the room. Here we are going to use that. So that's very straightforward. So let me build my response. So let me just copy this one here as it's going to be faster for us. Response 200 successful is going to be set user is going to be user detail. So yeah, so that is done and looks okay. So let me return the response here. And let's move down to delete a user. So this is going to be pretty straightforward as well. So let me just copy everything here. I'm just going to, yeah, I think they are similar. Let's copy everything here. And this time around, I'm going to say user not found. Yep, that's there. So user repository. So user repository dot delete by ID is going to be long dot value of user ID. It's okay. And yep, and that's done 200 and just return a message to say successful. We don't need every other thing. So if there's error, it's going to be caught here. If there's this error here, our exception, which is a user not found, and that's the kind of a 404, we're going to catch it here. And yep, so everything looks fine to delete a user. So why do I need to? Okay, so that is okay. And we don't necessarily need to save this user here. We can just, yeah, just get rid of that. Okay, so we are going to move forward to get a user by ID. So we're going to like do the same thing. Let me just copy everything here and paste it here. Get a user by ID. So here I'm just going to now save the user object. I'm going to use it. And here I'm not going to be needing this method. I'm just going to map it here. User DTO equals to utils dot map user entity to user DTO. User DTO and then passing the user. So yep, everything looks fine. I'm just going to add response dot set user DTO. So every other thing is okay. And next, I'm just going to write to get my info. Okay, so I'm just going to copy the same thing here and paste. Okay, that was not copied. Just going to copy this. Paste. This is going to be this is going to get my user info. Okay. I think for get my user info, we're going to be passing in the email because we are going to be we are getting the logged in user. So we're going to be using the authentication to extract the email and then pass it down. So, so over here, where is it? Interface. So here I'm just going to change this to email. So it's going to be like, clear what we exactly with this parameter is going to be. So this is going to be find by email. I'm going to pass the email value. Or else, let's just say, yeah, let's say user not found as well. Okay, so here we just want to like map user entity to user detail and status and the user, and if there's error here 404. And yeah, so we're going to see how to pass in an email to get my user info just right away. So everything here looks set. So let's proceed to write our room service and implementation. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to interface. I'm just going to call this room service. And here I'm just going to have what is this? Let me go here. I'll just copy this. Okay, so I'm just going to call this. So we're going to be having this going to be add. Let's just call this add new room. We're going to be using this to add room. And what we need is we need the multi-part data file. Let's just call this photo. Then we're going to be passing in the room type. We're going to be passing in the room price. Then we are going to be passing in the room description. So yep, so we are also going to add another one to get all rooms, and then another one to get all room types. This is going to be, let's make this a list of string and just import that. And they're not going to take in anything. So let's proceed. So let's just call this delete room. It's going to pass in the room ID. So let's just call this update room. It's going to pass in the room ID as well. Then I'm just going to pass in the room type, and let's just pass in the room type, then the room price, then the photo. So these are going to be optional. So if we want to update, we can update them. If we don't, we can just leave them. Then this is going to be to get room by ID, and we're going to be passing in the room ID. So this is going to be to get available rooms by date and type. So here I'm just going to pass in a local date, check in date, check out date, and then it's going to be needed room type, and then this is going to be get all available rooms. Yep, so I don't really think we're going to be needing this though. But yeah, so let me go to my implementation. Let me just come over here and write the implementation for this. So this is going to be at service. I'm going to be extend interface of iRoom service. I'm going to implement, sorry, I'm going to implement all my methods, and I'm going to start writing them one after the other. So I'm going to start with to add a room. So we all know how it's done. We just have to write a response first, goes to new response. Then we just have our try and catch. We'll have our exception E, and we can also catch any other kind of exception that we don't know of. And here, let me just return this for exception that we don't know. Error getting, error adding a room. Receiving a room. So yeah, so for here we are going to just move into it. First of all, we want to save when a room is coming in. We want to save the image. There's image. There should always be image. So we're going to do that. Make that logic in the controller. You must always pass in an image when creating a new room. So let's before then let's auto wire what we are going to be needing to to implement. So let's auto wire. We're going to be needing the room repository. Then we're going to be needing, this is going to be our booking repository. Then we're going to be needing AWS S3 service. For now, if there's any other requirement, I'm going to auto wire it. So this is going to be our AWS S3.save image. I'm going to be passing the photo. So if that is done, I'm going to create a room object to save, which is going to be new room. New room. Then here room. room.set photo URL is going to be our image URL. Room.set room type, room.set room price, room price, room.set room description, room description. Did I have this description? Just copy it. Description. Then let's save the room. Okay. Equals our room repository dot save and our room. Then let's map it after saving. room.dtu equals to utils.map room entity to room.dtu and saved room. And then our response of set status that's 200. Response dot set message successful. Now our response dot set room, then our room detail. And if there's any kind of error, we don't know the kind of error that's going to occur. So all should be cached in the exception. Error from our AWS service and every kind of error should be cached here. And we are going to return our response. So next, let's write our service to get room types. So this is going to be very straightforward. This is just going to be a list of string room. Let's just call this room type list equals to room repository dot get. I don't think that we have get here. Let me just go to what do we have here. We have find distinct room types. Okay, let's just do that. Repository dot find distinct room types. Yep, so that's all. Is going to get me all rooms. Then let's just return a room list type. So yeah, this one is telling us to inline variable. Let's just return it directly. Yeah, so to get all rooms is going to be like kind of straightforward. Let me just copy this and paste to get all rooms. So this is going to, we not need this. I'm just going to, let me just remove all of this. So here I'm just going to have a list of room. Just going to call this room list equals to room repository dot find all. Here I just want to sort them by ID descending, so I'm just going to say sort dot by the order, which is sort dot direction dot descending by what should be by ID. So we want to get the latest room first when getting all rooms. So yeah, so that looks fine. I'm going to map that list of room detail. Let's call this room list detail equals to utils again dot map room list entity to room list detail. Yeah, I think that looks good. Then I'm just going to, what's going on here? I'm just going to set room list. It's going to be room list detail. So yeah, so that's is a bit fine. So let's proceed to write implementation to delete a room. So at the same time, I'm just going to copy this and just put it here. And here, I'm just going to say, we don't need this and we don't need this. So I'm just going to say room repository dot find, find by ID. Yeah, find by ID, room ID dot, or else if it's not there, let's pick an error and throw. Let's throw new exception. Let's just say room not found, and if it's found, room repository dot delete by ID. Let's just pass in the room ID there, and that's going to be deleted. So since we have our exception here, so let's catch it here. Catch our exception E. Let's just say, just put this up here. It's going to be a for not found. I'm just going to get this message here. So this looks good. So next, I'm going to write implementation to update a room. So yep, so I'm going to just get this. So let's put it over here and try. I'm just going to get all of this out. I'm going to be needing that here. I'm just going to write an if statement first to check, if some parameters are there. So before then, let me just get, say, string image URL equals to null. Sorry, to null first. I'm just going to say if photo is not equals to null, and photo dot is empty. If photo is not empty, then I'm just going to say image URL equals to, I'm just going to make a service or S3 to save our image. I'm just going to pass in a photo. So if I want to make an update and a photo is coming in, which is the image of the room, I'm going to save it to S3. But if there's no image, I'm not going to save it. I'm just going to proceed. So that's that. So now let's go to our room. What's to room repository dot find. Do I have find by ID? Yeah, it should be. Find by ID, room ID dot always true. Let's always handle our own exception. Let's call it new, our exception room not found. So this is already cut over here. So next, I'm just going to, just say if my room, let's just start with room type. If room type is not equals to null, then room dot set room is set room type is room type. So what now we're passing in the room type, the room type to change, to update a room, we're using the room type, and I think we should also pass in our description as well. So this is the room ID, room type, room price. Yeah, let's pass in the room description. Room description as well. So I'm just going to come over here and passing a description. No, not there. Update a room. After a room ID, you get a room description. So yeah, so let's also do the same thing for that. So if, where is it? Yeah, so if our room type is not there, if there's a value here, let's replace this room that we found by the ID with that value. If there's no value, then it's not going to do, it's going to leave the old value. So that's what we are doing here. So let's do this for others as well. So let's just call this room price, room description. Where's room description? Description. Did I say description? Room description. I just leave it as description. Description, and then image URL as well. So this is going to be, if it's not there, room type, room price, collect it, room description, let's set it. Set room price, set room price, set room description, set photo URL, which is going to be our image URL. So yeah, so this is good to go. And next we're just going to like save it. Room, so you call it updated room, equals to be room repository dot save, and we're saving back the room with the updated value if the value are there. So let's just map it back to what we want to return. It is dot map room entity to room detail. Let's just say the updated room, and let's just here and say response dot set room. This is going to be the room detail that was updated, that was set mapped. So here our updated room is complete. So let's proceed to get a room by ID implementation. So to do that, just copy this as well. This looks shorter. And how did I copy? Okay. And just paste it here. And here, room equals to, yep, room ID, getting it, room not found. Then let's map the room detail. Room detail equals to utils dot map room entity to room detail plus booking. Map room entity to room detail plus booking. And here I'm passing in the room. We want to add the bookings of the room as well. We don't just want to return a room, we want to add the bookings of that room. So that's what we are doing here. So everything looks fine here. I'm just going to add response dot set room is going to be a room detail, and every other thing is fine. So next we are going to get available rooms by date here. So to do that, I'm going to just copy this. I'm going to paste it here, and this is going to be, I'm going to need this too. Sorry, I need to remove this delete. I'm actually deleting the room when getting the room. That's crazy. So yeah, so let's not delete our room when trying to get the room. So yeah, so that delete has been, I just found it here. So yeah, so here what we're going to do here to get room by date and type, we're just going to get a list of the room. Let's call it available rooms. Goes to room repository dot find available room by date and type. And I'm just going to pass in my check-in date, check-out date, the room type. Let me check what I have here to know the parameter to check-in date, check-out date. Yeah, the room type. I think that's all we need to pass in. And then, yeah, so let me rename that way. And then we are just going to map it room detail detail list equals to util dot map room list entity to room list detail. I'm just going to pass in the available rooms, and here I'm just going to set room list to be a room detail list. So this looks a bit good. So we won't be needing this our exception here because we're not catching our exception. So I'm going to get rid of that. And yeah, so seems to be okay. So now let's get all available rooms. Finally, we're going to do that. So as again, I'm going to just copy this. So here I'm just going to it's going to be room. It's going to be a list of room list equals to room repository dot get available rooms. I'm just going to map list of room detail list detail equals to this. I'll just put this here dot map what's going on here. So room detail, I'm just going to pass in room list. So I'm just going to set room list to be room list detail. Yeah, so everything looks fine here. So let me just build to check if I'm going to have some kind of error. Okay, let's continue by writing our booking service. So I'm going over here. I'm going to call this booking service. This is going to be an interface. I'm going to have the implementation over here. Booking service. This is going to implement iBooking service. I'm going to that's that. So in my booking service, I'm going to have, let's just do what we normally do. Response. I'm going to be having a method to save booking, and this is going to pass in our booking. This is going to pass in a room ID, the user who is making the booking, the user ID, then our booking, which we want to book, the booking objects. Let's just call this booking request. Then at the same time, I'm going to also have method to find a booking by the confirmation code. Find booking by confirmation code. This is going to pass in the confirmation code. Then at the same time, just I'm going to have method to get a bookings, and at the same time I'm going to have a method to cancel a booking, cancel booking. So this is going to pass taking the booking ID. So yep, so this looks a little bit okay. So in my booking service, I'm first of all going to annotate this with at service, and I'm going to implement the my methods here. So I'm going to auto-wire dependency I'm going to be needing. I'm going to need the booking repository, booking repository. I'm going to be needing the room repository as well. Let me bring in the room service. I'm going to be needing the room service. Room service. I'm going to be needing the room repository as well. Repository. I'm going to also be bringing in the user repository as well. So that looks fine. So let's write our method to save a booking. So here I'm going to, you know how it is. You have your response, new response, then you have your try and catch. Then we can have our exception here, and then probably catch other kind of unknown exception as well. Then this is going to return our response. Then within the try block, we are going to first of all check if when we're making a booking, we're going to be passing in a room ID, a user ID. The user is going to be making a booking. We're going to be passing a booking object, and the room we want to book again, so we're going to pass it here. So first, we just want to check if the check out date is before the check-in date. Those kind of check. There are a lot of check that we can put in, but let's just try not to write too many code. So let's just say check out date dot is before booking request dot get check in date. Then let's just throw new. Let's just call this electrical argument exception. This is going to be 505. 505. Let's just say check in date must come after check out date. So this looks a little bit okay. So let's proceed. Then let's find a room. Let's just check if the room actually exists. Then room repository dot find by ID. Let's pass in the room ID dot or else throw let's throw an error, our custom exception. Let's just say room not found. So let's just add here new, and let's import this. So this looks fine. Next, we're just going to check a user who wants to book a room if the user actually exists as well. So I'll be using the user repository dot find by ID, user ID dot or else throw know what is going to come next. Our user exception, user not found. So we don't want a robot to book a room. We want an actual user to book a room. So Now here, let's just get a list of existing bookings. So this is going to be bookings. Let's just call this existing bookings. Let's just get existing booking. This is going to be a room dot get bookings for our room that we are checking. Want to get the existing booking for that room. So let me just import this, and I'm just going to write in the conditioner here. Say if not, I'm going to create a method to help to check the room availability against the check-in date and check-out date. So I'm just going to let's call it room is available. So here I'm just going to let's just probably put in a method. See, I'm just going to pass in a booking request and existing bookings. So if it's not, let's throw. If it's not, let's just 344. Renew our custom exception and say group not available for selected date range. Okay, so what we are doing here is we first of all got a room that we want to book and got the bookings associated with the room. If we go to the room entity, we can see that a room have a bookings as well. So we did that. Then now I want to create a method which is going to check that room, the existing bookings of that room. I want to be able to check the check-in date and check-out date if those dates are already be booked down. So that's what this room is available mean. Okay, so let's just do that quickly. I'm going to come over here, create a private method. Yeah, so here I'm going to just return existing booking. Let me just write my implementation, which I've did logic, which I've already written down. Let me just paste it here. So it's very simple and straightforward. So what's this doing here? I think start here, and yeah, we don't need this. So let me move this a little bit down below the override. So what we are doing is we already have our existing bookings, list of bookings which have already been booked down. And here we are passing in our request. So from our request, we want to get in our check-in date and check-out date. I want to check if all the bookings that already existed, if our check-in date and check-out date are within the range of those bookings already on ground for that room. So that's what we are doing here. So if it is there, we are going to return, you know, if a booking is already there, we're going to return true. If a booking is not there, we're going to return false. So that's what this is doing here. So if a booking is available, that means if the date range are not within, is going to return true, but if it's within, it's going to return false. Okay, so if this is false, it's going to throw room not available for the selected date range. So that's what this method is doing here. So you can pause it and just go over it and just write it out and then continue again. Okay, so that is that. Let's continue writing our implementation. So now that has been done, we are going here, moving forward. We are going to say booking request dot set room, which is going to be the room. Then we'll say booking request. We want to save our booking now. Dot set user, the user who is booking the room. This is going to be user. Then We want to also generate a confirmation code for that booking. Let's call this booking confirmation code equals to our utils. If you can remember our utils, dot generate random, yeah, just I can just change this to generate confirmation code so it will be more discrete. We want our confirmation code to be 10 in length. So yeah, so should I just rename it to get confirmation code generate? Let me rename it to generate confirmation code. Random confirmation code. Yep, so let me just rename it to generate random confirmation code. Yeah, that's more descriptive. So that is there, and I'm also going to continue and say booking request dot set booking confirmation code, which is going to be our booking confirmation code. And I'm just going to say booking repository dot save. I'm going to save a booking. That's a booking request. And if that is done, I'm just going to build my response dot set status. That's going to be 200. Then response dot set message. That's going to be successful. Then yep. Then that is. Let me just see return the booking confirmation code dot set confirmation code, and it's going to be our booking confirmation code, so the user can see our confirmation code and probably copy it out for authentication. So that's fine. So let's cut our exception for 4.0. For this, let's just call it not found. This response dot set status, that's going to be 404. Response dot set message, that's going to be error dot get message. And for over here, let me also do this for other exceptions that we don't know. So this, I'm just going to call it a 500, and it's going to be passing a string and say error saving a booking. Yep, so that is done. So next, let's write our implementation to find the booking by its confirmation code. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to copy everything here. I'm just going to remove the one I don't need, so it will be faster. Get bookings by confirmation code, and yes, so I'm going to get rid of all of this. I'm just going to say a booking. Let's call this booking equal to booking repository dot find by confirmation code. I'll pass in my confirmation code, and dot .os through, did I see? Am I streaming? Dot what? Okay, I think this is not an optional, so let me just go over it again. List of find booking by confirmation code. This should be a booking, it's not a list of booking. So let's just quickly, this is going to be optional, so let's just quickly correct that. This is going to be an optional of booking. Okay, yeah, find a booking. We just want to get one booking, so there's no need for using a list of booking. It should be an optional booking. So let's just correct that again here. Yeah, dot or else true. We know what's going to happen next. We're going to have a new our user exception and call it booking not found. Then put in our code break. Then let's just map this to our booking DTO. Booking DTO or non-booking service. Booking DTO. Booking DTO equals to our utils again is being helpful here. Map booking entity to booking DTO. Let's just pack in our booking and it has been mapped. So my response now will not be response.set bookings, which will not be on my booking DTO. So everything here looks good and fine. So we are going to write our implementation to get all bookings. So this is going to be very straightforward. I'm going to again copy this here. I'm going to paste here. This is going to be a list of booking. List of booking. Let's call this booking list. It's going to be booking repository dot find all dot find all. Let me kind of sort them by descending. Sort dot by sort dot direction dot descending by what now? By the ID. All right, so that has been registered. So next I'm just going to map. It's going to be list of booking DTO. I'm just going to call this booking DTO list. Is going to be map booking list, map booking list to booking list DTO. I'm just going to pass in the booking list. And here I'm just going to say set bookings this is going to be set booking list. Booking list is going to be our booking list. So everything looks fine here. So we are going to write our final method to cancel a booking. So yeah, so let's do that. Again, we know how it is done. Copy this, paste it here, and just adjust to suit our implementation. This should be error getting all bookings, and this should be error saving a booking, error finding a booking, and this one should be error. Yeah, let's just make the error message descriptive. So to cancel a booking, first of all, I'm just going to check if the booking exists, and if it exists, I'm going to delete it. So this is just going to be bookings, and this is going to be booking. I'm just going to say booking repository dot find by ID, find by ID, expert in the booking ID dot ls through our exception again, new our exception. I just say booking does not exist. Yep, it exists. So after that, then we are just, if an error is not thrown, that means if a booking exists, then we're just going to remove that booking, which is what, tell me do delete by ID, which is going to be our booking ID. And we no longer need this. And then we're just going to, we don't need this message is okay. And here I'm just going to make this inline. We don't need to hold anything. So yeah, so that's working fine. Error canceling a booking. So yep, so everything looks good for now. We will proceed to write our controllers before we test. So in my controller folder over here, I'm going to start with the user's controller. And I think let's start with the Auth Controller for logging in and registering. So let me just package here a file. Let me just call this Auth Controller, and this is going to be a REST controller, and this is going to, let me add my requests mapping, and it's going to be /auth. And let me go to my security config again. Security config. Let's just make sure that this auth is be permitted. So we can see our auth here is be permitted. So let's continue. So when the user go to /auth, we allow the user to access this endpoint without having to log in. So I'm going to auto wire my user service, and I'm just going to create a post mapping. And when you go to /register, then let me create my method. I'm going to return the response entity of response, and this is going to, let's just call this register. And this is going to take in a request at request body of user. Let's call it a user, and let's from our entity, not a security user, entity user. So here, let me just see response of response equal to a user service dot register a user. Just pass in the user, and it does whatever it have to do. So I'm just going to return a response entity dot status. I'm going to set the status to our response dot get status code. So whatever the status code that is being returned from our response, that's going to be what is going to be shown. That's what is going to determine if this is a 200 successful, a 404, or a 500. So that's what I try to do, so we can control the kind of response we return. Then let's just add a body, and it's going to be our response. So yep, so that's that. So let's create the same for logging in. Just going to copy this, just call this login. Login is going to be login, and here I'm just going to pass in a login request. Login request, and this is going to be login request. Pass it here, and this is going to be login. And here everything looks set. So we are going to proceed again to write our user's controller. Let's see. Users controller, and the same thing we did here, we are just going to do it same to be faster. So this is going to be users, and I'm just going to have wire. Let me bring it from here, our user service. Already have here. I'm just going to say at get mapping. Here I'm just going to first of all get all. Let's just call this /all, and then let me pre-authorize this. Since I have my method security. Let me just say only admin should be able to access this endpoint. Has authority admin. So if we go to our config, just want to show something, our security config, we can see that our auths, our rooms, and our repository are publicly accessible. We can also determine which of them we want to authenticate, which we are also going to do. But for users, any other thing such as users or whatever it is, we are authenticating it over here. Any other request should be authenticated. So here now, for you to be able to get all users, you have to be an admin. If you are a user, you don't have access to this. So let's just continue. Public what? Public response entity of response is going to be the get all users, and here we just want to response equals to user service dot get all users. I'm just going to say return response entity dot status. Going to be response dot get status code dot body is going to be our response. So yep, so that's that. Just make sure that this was written correctly. Has authority admin. Yeah, let's just hope it was spelled correctly. So this, let's also write our next implementation to get a user by ID. So I'm just going to copy this, same thing to be faster, paste it there, just move this forward sometime. I'm going to get rid of this. Both admin and user should be able to access this endpoint. If you're authenticated, you should be able to access this endpoint. So this is going to be get by ID, and I'm going to be passing in a user ID. So this is just going to be get user by ID. So here I'm going to pass in the paths variable, which is going to be our user ID here, and string, let's call it user ID. So here is going to be get user by ID, passing our user ID here. So and everything looks good. So next we are going to write to delete a user. So it's pretty straightforward as well. Let's just call it delete user, and here is going to be delete. This is going to be a delete mapping. So path variable user ID here is going to be delete user, and yep, so this is fine. So we're also going to write our next to get logged in user info. So I'm just going to copy this get here. So it's going to be get, let's just call this logged in, what's that, in profile info. So this is going to get information on the logged in profile. So we don't need to pass in anything. It's going to detect get logged in profile info. And here is just, let's just call this get my profile, get logged in user profile. So there's not going to be anything here. So this, I'm just going to have my authentication here. Authentication from my Spring Boot security. So let's be careful on which authentication we are importing. Let's use the spring.core. This authentication equals to security context holder Let's get the context, .get context, .get authentication. Then let's extract the username, which is our email. Is going to be authentication dot get name. If we, okay, let me not just, let's just leave it that way. Then here I'm just going to say get my info. I'm going to pass in the username, which is our email, and we are going to get in our response. So before then, if I go to my, if I go to my user, we can see that we are using the user details, and over here where we have to return the username, we can say an email was our username. So that's why when we say authentication.get, after we've gotten the context and we authenticated and we are saying the get email is get name is going to be the email. Whatever we set in our entity as the username, if we're using an email, if we're using a name or a phone number, is going to be the username. It's going to be recognized in the security context as the username. So that's what we are doing here. So next we are going to write to get user bookings. So let me just make use of this. Similar to what I want to do next. Let's get user bookings. So it's going to be get user booking history. Let's get all the history of all the booking history of a user. So here I'm just going to call this get user. Is going to be bookings, and it's going to have user ID. So part variable user ID, which is this, make sure that they're the same, and we're going to save it as this, and we are going to say user service dot get user booking history, and we're going to pass in the user ID, and we're going to collect the status and the pass in the body. So that is that, and it looks pretty okay. So let's move to write our room controller, and then finally we write our booking controller and we test. So this is room controller. Let's put an N correctly. So again, the way we have our users, let's just copy this, come to our room, and just annotate it with this. Here is going to be rooms, and we are going to be auto wiring our room service, and we're also going to be using our booking service as well. And then we are also going to, I think those are the two things we are going to use. So let's just say as it goes, we'll know which and which we are going to be using. So let's just bring them down. So first we are going to add a new room. So I'm just going to come over here, get this method to add a new room. I'm just going to call this is going to be a post mapping. Let me check my odds. This was a post. Okay, yeah, they are correct. So it's a post mapping, and this is going to be add. When you go to /room/add, I will only want an admin to have access to this. Only want an admin to be able to add a room. So if we go to our security, we can see that /room/all is permittable by all. So if we did not put this method security, anybody will be able to add a room. But with this method security, an admin only will have the access to add a room, to have the access to this API. So yep, so let's just call this add new room. We're going to be taking in a lot of parameters. So first at request param, Then the value of this is going to be photo, and the required, let's just make it false so we can send a custom message. And this is going to, data type is going to be multi parts. I think I'm not getting that correctly. Multi-part file, and let's call it photo. Okay, so we're also going to do the same thing for, let me just copy it and paste. We're going to do the same thing for room type, room price, and room description. So this is going to be room type, room price, and this is going to be room description. So room type is going to be string, room type, and room description. Room price is going to be a big decimal of room price, and room description is going to be a string of room description. And yep, so this looks good. So within here, we are going to write a conditional statement to give a custom response if this value are absent. I'm just going to say if photo equals to null, or photo is empty, or room type is equals to null, or room type dot is empty. Is it empty or is blank? Let's use is blank, or room price equal to null, or room price. Can room price be blank? Or is blank, I just leave it. Then we are going to, if all these are not there, then we are going to say, we are going to create our response. Response here equals to new response. Then we are going to just say response dot set. Could have used a builder for this response rather than using this new stuff, but it's okay. Set status code, let's just say 400 bar requests. Then let's get it back again. Response dot set message. Let's just say please provide values for all feeds. And let me just put the feeds here. I will say room. Then did I say room? Say photo. Then the room type. Then the room price. Then the room description. Now let's just do the description. Those three are okay. So yep. So if everything looks fine, let's proceed to do what we want to do. Before we proceed, let's just return this first. If everything looks fine, let's just say room service. Do I have a room service? Okay, yeah, room service dot add new room, and I'm just going to pass in all the feed like the photo. Wait, I think I'm passing everything at once. Photo, room type, room price, and room description. I'm just going to return the status. So yeah, so this looks good. So next, let's write our implementation to get all rooms. So I'm going to my user controller here and just have a method that had to get everything to be simpler. Let me use this. So here, let's just call this slash all everybody should be able to get all rooms, and this is going to be room rep service dot get all rooms. And yep, so that's that. So let's also write a service to an API to get types. It's going to be type, and this is going to be a list of, let's just return a list of string. I need to start doing entity stuff. List of string, and we just say get room type. So this is going to return a list of string and room, no, list of string and room service dot get or room types. So let's just return this. Yeah, so dot okay, let's just say dot http status dot okay. Let's just return it directly when I say response entity. So let's just return it directly. This is going to get room type. So let's also add to get a room ID. So let me copy this. Let me move this upwards. So let's call this room by ID. I'm going to pass in a room ID. ID here, I'm just going to call this get room by ID, and I'm going to be having a path variable again, and this is going to take in a long and our room ID. So yep, so this is going to be get room by ID and passing a room ID, and everything looks set here. I'm going to also write another endpoint to get available rooms. So this is going to come over here. Let's call this all our available rooms. I don't need an ID. I just call it get available rooms. We will not be needing any of this. I just say get available rooms. So that is fine. Then I'm going to write another endpoint to get rooms by date and type. So since that's going to be like long, I'm just going to copy this big one to get rooms by date and type. I'm going to paste it here. I'm just going to remove this authority. So here is going to be get mapping. And I'm going to call this available rooms by date and type. This is going to be kind of descriptive. Let's just say get available rooms by date and type. So we're going to be having params. So I'm just going to be having params, and first is going to be like this is going to be check-in date. So let's just call it local date. Let's call this check-in date. Other one is going to be check out date, and the last one is going to be the room type room type. So require is going to be false. So let's just get this value out. It's going to auto pick the value from here. So I don't really need this. Then here I'm just going to add some extra stuff. I'm just going to say add date, time format. I'm going to format whatever date is coming in. We're going to use an ISO kind of format equals to date, time, format dot ISO dot date. So I'm going to do the same thing over here. Yep, so this look a little bit promising. So here I'm just going to say if check-in dates equals to none, or check-in date is empty, or room type is null, or room type is blank, or check out date is null, or check out date is blank. Is anything like it's blank? If check-in date is null, let's just check in dates dot is, so there's no other thing there, so let's just leave it as null, or get rid of this. If check-in date is null, or checkout date is null, or room type is null, or room type is blank, then we just say provide values for our check-in dates, our room type, and our checkout date. So that seems a little bit promising. So down here, I'm just going to say room service dot get available rooms by date and type. And here I'm going to pass in the check-in date, the checkout date, and the room type. And that's good. So our response is going to be collected and returned. So next, I'm going to write my API to update a room. So that's going to be put request. I'm going to just say add put mapping is going to be slash update slash room ID as a param, and I'm just going to pre-authorize. Let me just look for an existing authority. So this is it. Authorize, an admin should only be able to update a room. So public response entity of response, what is an update room, is going to be at paths variable long ID, and at the same time I'm going to get in these other ones, my room type, my room price and photo, and the description as well. So I'm just going to get all this. Okay, so I just format that. Okay, so everything looks good. I have my photo here, I have my room price, I have my room type, and I have my room description. So after that, I'm going to just say response. This time around, I don't have to write a conditional statement because these are optional. So response equals to room service dot update room. I'm going to pass in my, let's just call this room ID, not ID. Yeah, room ID, room type, room price, room description. Is it room description that is next? Room ID, room description, room. Okay, let me just copy these ones. Yeah. So let me know which parameter that is to be passed in. So this is room description. Everything looks good, and we're just going to return our response entity. Yep, so that's that, and that's that and that. So lastly, we are going to write a delete request to delete a room delete mapping. This is going to be slash delete slash room ID, and let's have our pre-authorize again. An admin should be able to delete. So public response entity of response delete room, and we are going to use our path variable again. Long room ID. So response is going to be response equals to room service dot delete room. I'm going to pass in my room ID, and we know how it works. Let me just my response entity, and yeah. So this seems good. Write our final controller, which is the booking controller. Come over here. Booking controller. Then, as we know, annotate this and call this bookings. And we are going to bring down our booking service. And we are going to have an implementation to book a room. So since our security chain says that booking should be public, so we need to have method security for some booking endpoints. So let me write my booking endpoint to book a room. So this is going to be book room, and we're going to pass in to book a room. You are going to pass in a room ID you want to book, and then the person who wants to book a room, a user or an admin ID who wants to book a room, the user ID, we're going to pass it along. So let's just have our pre-authorize here. Let me bring what we already have here. Pre-authorize, so it's just put it here. We just want it should either be an admin or a user. So I'll just say or have access to be user. So an admin or a user should be able to book a room. So yep, public response entity of response. So let's call this save bookings, and this is going to pass in a path variable of room ID, and then another path variable again of the user ID, and then we are going to also put in our booking body. Entity is going to be at request body, which is going to be our booking, and let's just call it booking requests. So yeah, just move this over here, and let's just put this on the next line so we can see what exactly we are doing. So within this place, I'm just going to book the room, create our response equals to new response, and we are going to say return response entity dot status. It's going to be our response dot get status dot body is going to be our response, and everything looks fine. So before then, let's actually book a room, which is going to be, I'm even saying new response. This is going to be a booking service dot save a booking. We're going to pass in the room ID. We're going to pass in our user ID, and we're going to pass in our booking request. I think I call it booking request. So yeah, so that's that. So next we are going to write implementation to get our bookings. So let me just go over here, copy this, push it down so we can see this is going to be get mapping is going to be all. We already have bookings slash all. Then to get our bookings, we only want admin to be able to get our bookings. So we don't want a user to be able to get all bookings. So yep, so just have that there. So it is going to be get all bookings, and it's going to be booking service dot get bookings, and that's going to get all bookings. So that's fine, and I'm going to write a service to get booking by confirmation code. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here. I'm just going to call this get booking by confirmation code. Okay, so I don't need this. Everybody should be able to get a bookings as long as he or she have access to the confirmation code. So let's call this get. Let's just call it get by confirmation code. Let's just put a dash to separate it, and let's pass in the confirmation code as well. So we are going to, what am I doing? So we are going to collect the confirmation code at a path variable here. It's basically a string, get the confirmation code, and we are going to call this get booking service dot find by confirmation code, which is our confirmation code, and everything looks fine. So we are going to write our last implementation to cancel a booking. So there's going to be delete request. So I'm just going to copy this. There's going to be delete mapping, and admin should be able to cancel a booking request. So booking. Should the user be able to cancel his or her booking? Nah, just leave it at admin alone. At part variable long, let's pass in the booking ID. So let's allow a user to be able to cancel his or her booking. Let's just allow user to do that. So yeah, not going to be a bad idea. So let's just call this cancel slash booking. Let's just call this booking ID slash cancel, then your booking ID, which is this. This shouldn't be here. As yeah, it should be there. So okay, yeah, everything looks fine. So part variable. Seems something is not right. So let's see, why is this showing as mutation not allowed here? Oh, I'm doing this inside the get booking. I think I'm kind of a little bit tired now. So yeah, so that should be here. And this should be the booking ID. So it should be a cancel booking, and everything looks set as it is. Okay, so let's run our application to test out. If we encounter any problem, we are going to come over and adjust. So over this icon here, let me click on this to run. Okay, I think my application refused to run. Let's look at the problem. In my JWT Auth filter, okay, that's where the problem is coming from. And we are not able to get a beam of catching user details. Okay, I don't think this is what we should use. So let me go to my, where is it, my JWT Auth filter, and catching user detail service. I don't think okay, this from this, okay, no, that's not what we should be using. We should have used a custom user detail service. I think I made a mistake. So let me just rename it here, custom user detail service, and wherever it was used before is custom user detail service, where I have to load a user by username. So yeah, so let me run again. Let's check if it will run successfully. Okay, yeah, I think this was run successfully, as we can see over here. So let me pull this down and go to my Postman and test all my endpoints. Okay, so before then, if I go to my S3, I click on my image folder, we can see that there's currently no object here. So let's just test this application out to see if it works. So yeah, so I already created a folder and listed all the endpoints out, so for us to be very fast about it. So let's just start with the authentication, where we have to create a user. So over here is a post request, and this is the endpoint. I'm going to go to the body. I'm going to pass a body to it. And it's in the JSON format, and this is going to be, to register a user is going to be, let me look at what was defined in my Auth Controller. Is going to be, to register a user, I'm going to be passing in a user where I have an email, a name, a phone number, and password and role. So let's just do that quickly. Email, let's call this admin, gmail.com. Then we are going to be having our email password, our phone number. Then is that all? Our email. Then the name, I think we need the name as well. And then the role. So my email, my password, I'll just leave it simple as admin. Then my phone number, I will just put in some dummy value. Then my name is going to be, let's just say, then let's just call it Jackson. And then I add my role, I'm going to be an admin. Let's first of all register this as an admin. So yep, so let me hit on the send. And we can see over here it was successfully registered. So let me check my database if it's there. Let me just say select all from these dot users. It should be small letter. Let's just run that. We can see our admin was registered. The name is then Jackson. The password was hashed. Phone number and the role was admin. So again, let's register another user. Let's register a Mary, and this time around she's going to be a user. So my full, let me just change this to 3, and like let's just say +2. And her name is Mary. Let's just call it Sovic. And the role is a user, so I don't need to pass it. If I don't pass it, our implementation will already add a user, an admin, a user role to it. So just get rid of that. Click on send. We can see Mary was created. This is the response entity. And if I go to my DB and refresh, we can see a Mary was created here. And so let me log in as a user. Go to my login entity. It's a post request. Let me pass in my body. Let me just bring this over here. I'm getting rid of this data. I only need the email and password. Let me try to log in. Because it was logged in and I have my token which was generated. So let's use this token to try to get our users, and this is the endpoint. And if I try to get this without a token, I'm unauthorized. So let me pass in a bearer token. I'll just pass that of a Mary, and send is for 3 unauthorized. Why is that unauthorized? Because in our user controller, we say that for you to get all users, you have to be an admin, and Mary is a user, so Mary cannot access this endpoint. So let's try to log in as an admin and check if that will work. Yep, so admin was successfully logged in. Let me copy the JWT credentials, the token, and then try to access the admin endpoint to get all users. Send is successful. We have 2 users here. We have 1 user, Dennis, and a Mary. So let me get user by ID. Let me just pass in my bearer token. And we can see I'm passing in the /1 user. If I pass in the 2 ID, is going to get a Mary for us. So these endpoints are running. So let me test all users endpoints. Let me get logged in user info. At the authorization, I'm passing in my bearer token. And yeah, so this is my information. That works. Let me get user booking history. There are no history for now, but let's just try to use that. Then passing a booker, a user ID, which is /1. So let me just check if that user has a booking history. You can see it does not. It returns just the user, and then the booking history is empty because there are no booking history for now. So yeah, so let's delete the user and check. Let's just pass in bearer token. And let's try to delete a user that does not exist and see. We can see user not found. So let me delete Mary, which is ID 2. We can see it was successfully deleted. Let me try it again. You can see user not found is already gone. So if I go to my DB, we can see Mary is gone. So let's add a room. Let me try to add a room endpoint. So this is going to be a form data, and I'm going to pass in my key and my value. So let me just check what was used in the room entity. So we've tested our Auth Controller. It worked well. We tested our user controller. tested all the endpoints here, it worked correctly. So now we're in the room controller. Let's test this. After this, we'll test the booking controller. So here, let's add a room. So these are the parameters that are needed: a photo, a room type. And so let's just do that. A photo is a multi-path file. So here I'm just going to call this a key photo. Remember to click on the form data here, and the value, the type is going to be a file here, and the value, I'm going to select a file. So let me just select this file here. Let me select this standard room here. Image, I already have images of pre-rooms already to be very easy. So select that image here. So what value should I pass in next? The room type. So copy here. Room type is a test. Let's call this standard. Then I'm going to pass in the room price. And this is going to be like, let's call this 400. And let's pass in a room description. This is going to be a lovely standard room. So let me hit on the send to check if this will work. So we can see room was successfully added, and here it returns the URL of the room, which you can see a standard room. So let's go to our S3 bucket and refresh to check if the image was there. Let me refresh. We can see the standard room image is here. So yeah, so it was successfully uploaded here, and let me just go to the URL and check if I can access the image. We can see the image was successfully accessed using the saved URL. So if I go to my database and I check the rooms table, we can see it was saved, standard room, the price, the URL, the room description, and the ID. So let's add, let me try to add a room without the room price. Let's check. We can see please provide all values. So this, our implementation is working here. So this worked successfully. So yep, so let's add some kind of more room so we can add a booking. So this is a family, add a family room, and let's call this family. This is going to be like, let's just call this 800, and a lovely big family room. Send. That was added successfully. Let's add some kind of more room. Let's add let's add a suite. A suit. I don't know if it's a suit or suite. Yeah, but whatever it is. So this, like, let's call this 850. A lovely big suite. Send. This was added successfully, and let's add a last room. Let's call this, let's also just call this suite again, and just another room, the same name. Let's just change the price. It's going to be like 9, and room description, a lovely big suite room 2. Let's just use that and add it, and that was successfully added. So if I go to my S3 bucket, I'm going to see all the rooms were successfully added. So this implementation worked. My DB, if I refresh, you can see all the rooms are there. So yes, so this adding a room has worked. So let's get all room types. So just fire that. We can see standard room, family, and suite. So these are the 3 room type we have. So let's get all rooms. So this does not require authorization. It's publicly accessible. So anybody should be able to get all rooms. So these are all the rooms we have. You can see all the rooms are there, the room lists and their URL. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 rooms, 2 suites, 1 family, 1 standard room. And get a room by ID. Let me just get room 2 by ID. You can see room 2 is family. Room 1, let's get room 1 is a standard room. So that worked. So let's delete a room. Let's just check all the rooms that we have and delete one. So let me delete the first room, which is a standard room here. So for you to delete, you have to be an admin to be able to delete a room. So if I probably just put in a wrong token and I try to delete this room, room 1, by /delete/the room ID, is going to forbidden. So I have to pass in the right credential, the right token. So let me go over here again and copy my token. Copy that, try and delete this room. So let's just try to pass a wrong room number that does not exist and try to delete that. It's going to tell me room is not found. But if I put in a correct room number 1 and delete successful, that room was deleted. So let's update a room. Let's try the update method. So let's update room 2. It's going to be a put request, and for authorization, only admin should be able to update a room. So let's keep that in mind. So if I try it as a user, it will not work. So let me just try as an admin directly. So let's check. So we're going to need a body, and a body is going to be form data, and we are going to have the parameters that we use in saving a room, but this time around all the parameters are not required. So that's different. So let's just use them. Let's just bring them in. We have a photo, then let's go to update a room. Then we need the room type. Then we need the room price. And we need the room description. So this time around, let me just a photo URL. This is a file. So let's just try and change this URL only. Let's just call this studio room 1. Then the room type, let me just try to let me know, get room by ID. Let me just check which of this room was this. It's a family and a lovely family. Okay. So the room type before was a family. Let me just say family updated. And the room price, let's just change the value to like 250. And the room description, let's just say it was updated. So let's just try and update this room and see if it's going to work. Let me push this down. We can see the room was successfully updated. That's the room ID 2. So if I try to get the room ID 2 again, these are the old data. So let me fire it again. We can see it was updated, family updated, the price has changed, room description was updated, the photo URL was updated. So let me update this again without passing in a photo, a room type. Let me just change the price to 350, and the description, let me just say it was updated again. So let's just update the room price and room description, leaving the photo and the room type. So let's do that again. We can see the photo was still remained the same, was not updated. What was only updated was the price and the room description. So our update worked correctly. So let's again get all available rooms. Just saying that we can see we have all available rooms. That works. Let's get available room by date and yeah, by date and type. So it's a get request. These are the parameter, passing a check-in date, say 28, a check out date, let's say 30. Then the room type, let's just leave that family updated, or let's just say, let's pass in a room type that does not exist and check. We can see there's room list, there's nothing there because that does not exist. So let's pass in a room that actually exists. Let me just get this and suite. Get available rooms by date. Let's pass in a suite. Send. We can see these two suites are available. So what this does is going to check if this room that we are trying to search within the date is available for booking. So if this room has not been booked within this date range, has not been booked down for this date, it's going to show the availability and it's going to return that room. So that's what this method does, as people can easily, if you want to book a room, you can just check the availability of that room by passing in the check-in date and check-out date that you want to book. So it's going to show you the room that is available. That means that room have not been booked down. So that's what that does. It's a very important function. Okay, so now let's book a room. Yep, so this is the bookings, a post request. I think let me look at what we need as. So for room controller have been, all the methods are working well. So let's test the booking controller. So to book a room, we will need a room ID, a user ID, and then the booking request slash room ID slash user ID book. So let me just quickly do that. Booking slash book dash room slash room ID. Let me just add a new user so we can this user was deleted before. Let me add her again. Let's just, this time around, let's call her Samantha. 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 Let me just remove the row as it's going to be a user and send. You can see Samantha was added. If I want to try to add the user again with the same email, it's not going to work. It's going to say Samantha with this email already exists. So that implementation worked fine. So let me log in this Samantha and then use her ID to book and her token as well. So log in Samantha. So this is her token. And yep. So that's that. So let me get her ID by getting logged in user info. So let me just pass in her token here to get in her information. You can see Samantha and her ID is 3, and she wants to book a room of ID 2. Let me just check ID 2. Yep. So her ID is 3 and she wants to book a room of ID 2, which is a family room. So for booking, I'm going to pass, first of all, we are going to pass in a room ID first and then the her ID, her user ID. So the room ID is 2 and her user ID is 3. And authorization, you need to be authorized to book a room. I'm going to pass in her token and the entity. Let me look at the body we need to book. We need a booking. We need this data, check-in date, check-out date, number of adults, the number of children. So those are what we need. So let me just quickly do that quickly. Pass that information. Quickly, we need a check-in date. So let me just copy this check-in date. And check-out date. Then we need the number of adults that's going to be staying. That's going to help us plan forward. And then the number of kids. I think those are all we need. The total guess will be auto-calculated for us. The user ID, by passing in the user ID, is going to get the user object and pass in. Our passing in a room ID is going to collect the room data and pass it, and it's going to generate a booking confirmation code for us, and it's going to save it against the user. So yes, so let's just check if this implementation will work correctly. And yep, so the check-in dates, let's check in. Let me look at, it's a local date. Yeah, it's a local date. That means it's going to be 20. Let me just check the data used here in searching by available dates, which is this. Let's just copy this. Okay, room. So we are going to book on 28 and we are going to end on 29. Number of adults 4, number of kids 1. So let me just try and say I'm entering in 28, I'm leaving 28. Let's check if it's going to work. Try to book. Okay, booking was successful and booking codes. Okay, let me try and say and booking code is, let me try this again. Okay, room is not available for selected date range. Okay, so say 29, 28, 29. Room is not available. Okay, let's say 29, 31. Let's just change the number of children to like adult to 1 and children to like, let's say children is, let's just say adult is 0 and children, no, adult cannot be 0. Adult is 6 and children is 2. So let's book this and it was successful. So let's use the booking confirmation code to find a booking. So let me pass the confirmation code here. We can see this is the booking details. We can see children was 6, adult 2, number of guests is 6 plus 2, 8. Confirmation code was returned, and the booking check-in date, check-out date is there. So if I try to pass in a wrong confirmation code, it's going to tell me booking not found. So that's worked correctly. So let's get a booking by user ID. So the user ID was 3 for search that, okay, or not authorized. So I have to pass in an authorization for that user. So let me try to log in again for the user. Copy that. That's for Samantha. Get book by user ID. Let me pass in there. We can see Samantha has how many bookings? Samantha has 2 bookings. We can look at the booking. These are her details. Her booking. She have this booking 1, where she will check in 28. She's going to check out 28. Then this is the room attached to it. She has another booking where she will check in 29. She's leaving 31st. And this is the room that she's booked for. So this has worked. So let's cancel a booking by ID. Okay. So for our cancel a booking, let's just check what was there. And this is both an admin and a user can cancel a booking. So an admin can cancel a booking and a user can cancel her own booking. So let's just cancel this booking. Let Mary cancel one of our bookings. Pass our token, and then the is going to be slash the booking ID. So let me just pick one of our booking ID. This is, let's cancel her first booking with ID 1. So let me just pass it 1 and send. We can see it was successful. Let me just try it again and see booking does not exist for not found. So if I check all her bookings again, I have cancelled 1. We can see she only has 1 booking now as the other one was cancelled. So all our endpoints was correct and they worked fine. And if I go to my DB, I just check my bookings. And we can see this is Mary, and yeah, the data are here. So before we move to our front end, there's one quick change. So if I go to my get bookings confirmation and we are trying to search a booking by the confirmation code, we can see that we only have the bookings return. We don't have the users return and the room. So for me, I want us to, as we are returning the bookings, we should also return the user and the role and the room as well. So I'm just going to make that one change. So I'll go to my code here. I'll go to my booking service and I'll go to find by confirmation code, and here, instead of map booking entity to booking detail, I'm just going to use map booking entity to booking detail plus booked room. So I also want to add the booked room as well. So I'm going to do that, and here I'm just going to add this true to map user as well. So I also want to map the user along. So I'm just going to rerun this, and then I'm going to test this out again. So let's test this out. Okay, that has not successfully run. Okay, that has been run. Now we can see now our booking is returned, and the user who booked the room is also returned as well, and the room that was booked is also be returned together. So this is what I wanted to achieve. We are going to proceed to create our front-end React app. So I'm going to my command prompt, and I'm going to cd into this folder where I would like to create my React application. I'm going to run this command npx create React app. I'm going to call this Figon Hotel React. So going to click on that, and it's going to try to bootstrap my app for me. Hmm. Created. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to my Visual Studio Code. I'm just going to open it up, go to new windows. So click on this, click on open folder. It's here. I'm going to open it up, and yep. So I'm just going to go to my package.json. Let's look at the dependency that we currently have, and we can see we're using React 18 and React DOM. So we are going to be making use of Axios for our HTTP core, and we are also going to be using our React Router DOM. So let's quickly install that. Just do npm install Axios and React Router DOM. So click on that so we get those dependency. At the same time, we are also going to be using the date picker. I just came to my mind, so I'm just also going to install that. Npm install date picker. So I'm going to, I think that is a React date picker. So if we go to over here on the application overview, we can see that this date here, so get a date, this is a date picker kind of functionality. So we are going to also make use of that library. So let's just call this, it is a React date picker. So let me just install that as well. Okay, so we can see our dependency seems to be okay. We have our Axios, React Speaker, React Data DOM, and React Script. Yep, so that looks good. So what we are going to do next is we are going to just start our app to check if it's going to run properly. So npm start or npm run start to start our application. You can see our application was successfully run. That means, yeah, we are good to go. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to over here as my SROC source folder, and I'm going to write my, going to create my structure on how our application is going to be. So here I'm going to have a folder. I'm just going to have my components folder. and I'm going to as well have a folder called service. So within the component folder, we are going to be having some components. I'm going to group them in a folder. So we are going to be having our auth. We are going to have an admin. We are going to have a folder called bookings and rooms. So this is where our booking and room pages are going to be. We're going to have a folder called common. So all our common file are going to be there. We are going to have folder called home that has our home page, and we're going to have our profile that is going to have our profile pages. I'm going to bring in my static assets. Like if we can see over here, we'll see that if I go to my home page, we can see that we have a background image here and we have some kind of little icons here. So I'm going to bring those in. So I'll go over here in my public, over here at the, okay, I can zoom in, okay, at the left here where my icon is, I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call this assets. So within the asset, I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call it images. And then I'm going to just paste in some like values, some icons. So yep, that seems to be fine. So we are going to go over our service and we are going to create our API service. Our API service contains methods that are going to be used to make HTTP call for all our endpoints. If we can see over here in our booking, we can see we have different endpoints for making HTTP calls. So we are going to create a service for this. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to my service package. I'm going to create a file. I'm going to call this API service.js. So here I'm just going to I already have some pre-service written down. So I'm just going to put it. So it's very straightforward. I'm going to explain everything. So what we are basically doing here is that we are importing Azure, which we saw that Azure is used for making HTTP call. So if you don't want to use this, you can also use fetch API as well. So here I'm just having a class which is API service, and this is my base URL which we saw in our service as this. So that's my base URL, and here I'm just creating a get header method. So what this does is this is going to get our token, and as we all know, most of our endpoints are going to be requiring a token, so which is an authorization. So this method is just there to help us get our token. And whenever we log in a user, we are basically going to collect the token of the user and we're going to save it in our local storage. So that's what this is doing, so that whenever we are making HTTP call to some secure endpoint, we'll be able to pass in the token along. So this is my auth endpoint. This is to register a user. As we can see here, register and login. So this is going to be used to register a user. This is going to be used to log in a user. And this is the path to the endpoint. And we're passing in the registration object, which is basically going to be something like this. So we're going to be bundle it and pass it down here. For the login, the same thing. Then these are methods to get a user, to get a user, current logged in user, to get a user by ID, to get all user bookings, to delete a user, to add a room. Is going to be accessible by admin. So we're going to look at that functionality quickly. This is to get all available rooms. This is to get available rooms by date and type. We're going to pass in the check-in date, check-out date, and the room type. As we see over here, we pass in the check-in date, check-out date, and the room type. So this method is going to handle that. So this is to get all rooms. This is to get all room type. This is to get all room. This is to get room by ID. This is to delete a room. This is to update a room. And this is for bookings, to book a room, to get all bookings, get booking confirmation code, cancel a booking. So these are some authentication checker. So this is just to log out. When we are logging out, we basically remove the token and the row. This is to check if a user is authenticated. That means if a user is logged in, this is what it does. This is to check if a user is an admin, which means if the role of the user is admin, that means that user is an admin. Should be able to access the admin page. But this is to check if the user is a user. So you can probably just pause this out and write the methods out before we proceed. In the same way, let's within our service, let's create our guard, which we are going to be used to guard our endpoints. So if I go over here again, we can see that there are some endpoints that are not, accessible. Like a random person cannot come and just book a table, he or she will be asked to pass in the login details. So this is being controlled by a guard. So let's quickly write those guard implementation before we start writing our components and our logic. So within this service, I'm just going to create a new file. I'm just going to call this guard.js. And here I'm going to just write it out. So I'll explain along. So we're going to be importing React from React. We are going to import navigate and use location from React Router DOM. We are going to bring in our API service, which is that. So here I'm going to create two methods. First method is going to protect our route, and second one is going to protect an admin route. So first I'm just going to export this by default. I'm going to call this protected route equal to, I'm just going to pass in an element. It's going to take in an element, which is basically a component. And here I'm just going to use my arrow function, and I'm going to get the current location. I'm just going to check if the this person is authenticated, which is trying to access this location, which is trying to access this endpoint, I mean. So here, if it's not authenticated, we are going to navigate to the login page. And here we are going to replace state. So I don't think this should be a this should be a code block. So what we are basically doing here is that we're getting the location, you know, and here if the user is not authenticated, we are going to, request the user to log in. So after the user have logged in successfully, we're going to take the user back to the exact location where the user was trying to access. So that's what this is all about. So as we saw earlier, so let's also create another one. for admin authentication. It's going to authenticate an admin route. So here is just the same thing. So let me just copy this and paste. It's the same thing, and we're just going to call this admin. Takes in a component, which can be anything, and we're getting the location. And here we are checking if this is going to be if the user is an admin. If it's not an admin, we would request the user to log in. So, and if the user successfully logged in and he's actually an admin, from the credentials, we are going to allow the user to go to the exact location where the user wanted to go. But if the user probably logged in and became a user, he's still going to not be able to go there because it's going to recheck this function. So this is it. Let's write our header and footer. So before then, I observe that this navigate I'm not importing into. I'm just going to get it. Just import that here, and for here I don't need a component, as the component is going to be passed in whenever we are using this. So this looks a bit okay. So I'm going to my common. I'm just going to create my component here. I'm going to call this navbar.jsx. Let me rename dot. So here we are going to have our navbar implementation. So I'm just going to dive into it. So first of all, we are going to import our React. We're going to import navlink. We're also going to have use navigate. So we can navigate. We are going to have our API service, and we are just going to have a function, and we're going to call this navbar, and we are going to export this at the bottom. I'm just say export default function. So here within a function, I'm just going to have just first of all, just here, just check, use this authentication. Let's call it authenticated. That's going to be our API service dot is authenticated. Let's just check if a user is logged in. At the same time, I'm just going to check if a user is an admin or a normal user. That's going to determine which of the URL is going to be active. As you can see over here, if you are an admin, you have an admin here. If you're a user, you have a profile here. So let's also do that. It's going to be is, let's just say is admin, is user. I'm just going to have the same here, is user. So after this, I'm going to, let's just quickly, return our template. This is just going to be, have our div, and then just call this a nav. No need to call it a div. Let's call this a nav. And within here, let's have a div, and here, yes, have a list item. This is just going to have our list li, then is going to, let's wrap this within the nav link, and nav link open, and then nav link close. So here I'm just going to say to where do you want to navigate to, this nav link to equal to the path you want to navigate to. So here I'm going to just call this should be something like this, not like this should not have this here. So yeah, so this is good. So let's just call this home. So I'm just going to copy paste this multiple times, and before I copy paste it, let me just add active class to it. Now let's just give it a styling of active. I'm just going to copy paste this so it will be faster. So here, this is going to go to home. This is going to navigate to rooms. This is going to navigate to find booking. This is going to navigate to profile. This is going to navigate to admin. This is going to login. This is going to register. And this, I don't think this has anything, so we can just get rid of that. So before then, let me just give this the name, that's rooms. Going to find, let's call this find my bookings. Let me look at what I have here. Find my bookings. Okay, so let's just keep this format. So this is going to definitely be profile. This is going to be admin. This is going to be our login. This is going to be register, and this is going to be logout. So this looks a bit good. So this should not have a nav link. So let me just get rid of the nav link and leave the I here. So I don't think we need the nav link here. So let's just leave our li here, and here we can just have an on click. So here, and for this place, I'm just going to have my, let's just bring in our nav link, and this is going to have our logo. So let's just call this Vegan Hotel, and here is going to have a tool. You click on that, it should take you to a home page. So here I'm going to have a class. I already have predefined class as well. Let me add them to it. I'm going to paste the class code. So this is going to have a class name of navbar. This is going to have a class name of navbar brand, and this is going to have a styling of navbar UL, and these are going to have styling of, okay, I will not have styling for this because I can easily get this from this. And yep, so this looks good, and I'm going to add conditional statement to render each of them based on the authentication of a user. So for this, I'm just going to wrap this within a code block here, and same thing here. And here I'm just going to say if it is a user, if it's a user, if a user is that this is going to be a true or false. So if this is a user, then it's going to show the profile. So if this is an admin, it's going to show the admin profile. So its user is going to be, and do that. And so for here as well, let me just also do that. It's a very simple thing. So if this is a user, it's true. If a user is logged in as a user, it's going to show the profile. If you are logging as an admin, it's going to show the admin. While all these are always going to be constant, always going to be shown. So for login, I'm just going to say if you are not authenticated, then show the login. While if you are authenticated, then what? If you are not authenticated, then show the login. While if you are show the login and register, it should be login and register. So if you're not authenticated, show the login and register. So you can decide to register or log in. But if you're authenticated, then don't show both of these. Then let's also do this for login as well. So if you are, why did I put it there? So if you are authenticated, then show the log out. And here I'm just going to write, um, here I'm just going to have an on click here. On click, when you click on that, I'll have a method to handle. Let's call this handle logout. I'm going to have the method here. So I'm going to have the method over here. Let's just say const handle logout. Give it a little bit of space. Let's just make this an arrow function, and we are just going to check is logged out. Let's just check if it's, let's just ask if you want to log out. We're just going to say window dot confirm. So you decide to, in case you mistakenly click on it, you can say, okay, no, I don't want to. Let's just say, are you sure you really want to log out? So if this is a yes, it's going to bring a prompt. Then if is logged out is a yes, then let's just log out. Then let's navigate. When we have successfully logged out, then we're just going to use the navigate. So let me just first of all bring that in. Const navigate equals to use navigate. Let me just create an instance of that. So I'm just going to say, when you finally log out, let's just navigate to the home. Yeah, let's navigate to the home page. So this is going to be equal to. So everything kind of look fine. So if there's any kind of problem, we are going to always resolve this. So in same way, let me just quickly write my footer. And here, let's just come here and create a file. Let's call this footer.jsx. And here, we're just going to create our footer. Let's call this footer component. It's going to be an arrow function, and let's export default. Let's call this footer component. For here, I'm just going to, this is going to be supposed to be an arrow function. Here, I'm just going to return my template, and it's going to be footer tag. And here, I'm just going to have a span that is going to just say Figon Hotel, and I'm just going to say all rights reserved. I'm just going to make use of that kind of copy stuff. And here I'm just going to, use the new date, so it will return the current date. Dot get full year. So here I'm going to, yeah, I think that is good. So I'm just going to give a class name here for the span, and this is going to be my footer. Let's proceed to write our home page. Then here in the home, I'm just going to come over here. I'm going to call this home page.jsx. And here I already have a room pre-written, so it's just like a dummy string where you just have a home, a section, a banner section, which is this banner section. I have some kind of styling over here, so I'm going to leave a link where you can easily get this and just copy it and paste it there. So I want to primarily focus on the logic. Then I just have these all rooms here where you can this, and then I have my services, which is this other service section down here. And yep, that is it. So what we are going to do next is we are going to have a component that is going to be used to search for all rooms, and we are also going to have another component which is going to display all rooms. So let's add that implementation. Create those components to search for a room and to display a room. I'm going to add my CSS styling, as I already have my CSS styling out. So I'm just going to put it here. I'll just get rid of the default styling, and here in my index.css, I'm going to put in my pre-written CSS style. So I'm going to leave a link where you can easily go and access it. So they already have a lot of styling there. So in order for us to, display what we have written out, let me quickly write my app.js service where we display our header, navbar, and the pages we have created. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just get rid of this, and I'm going to get rid of, let me just leave this here, and let's import our necessary functionality. So we're just going to have in a React, and we're going to be having our browser router, our routes, let's just use routes, our routes, and our navigate. So this is from our React router done. So that is good for now. Let's bring in our navbar and footer as well, and let's bring in our footer, and let's also bring in our home page. And over here I'm just going to get rid of this, and within here our class app, I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to wrap everything over a browser router. So this is just going to be our browser router here. Let me bring it here. And we're going to wrap everything inside a browser router. So this is going to be our app. So here I'm going to have my navbar, and I'm going to have my footer as well, So here I'm just going to have a div where I'm going to display my content. So let's just give it a styling, which I already wrote down as content. So here I'm going to be having different routes. So let's cut this route, and here let's just give it an exact path. This is going to be /home, and we have our element, our component, which is a home page. So this is going to be our home page, and yep, so this is fine. So let's check it out and see what error is this. Route is only used for routes. Okay, so I think we have a problem. This should be, I think we should wrap everything inside a route before we use a route. So within our content, I'm just going to wrap everything within a route first, and then let's do that here. That should be something like this. Yeah, so I think this looks good. So if I refresh, we can see this is how it currently looks. For now, we don't have any of this fold. So our home page, we have all this navigation, and our home page is like this, which look a little bit good. And if I click on all pages, it go to our room, which does not exist for now. So yep, so let's proceed to write our room search. Let me go to my home page, and here we want to have a component which we are going to be used to search a room, something like this, to search a room, and another component which is going to display all the searched results. So let's do that, and that's going to be in the common. And here I'm just going to call this file room search.jsx. So here I'm just going to create my have my imports, have my React, and let me quickly just import every other thing that I'm going to be using, which is my use state, my use effects, and here I'm going to have my date picker, which we remember from React date picker. So that's going to be date picker, yeah. Then I'm going to import the styling for it, which is going to be React. Now, let me React date picker slash this slash React date picker dot CSS. Yeah. Then I'm also going to bring in my API service, as is always needed everywhere. So that is that. I'm just going to create my, call it room component. Let's call it room already default name, and here is just going to be an arrow function, and I'm going to export it, as we all know, export the default, export it as default, and it's called room search. So within the room search, since we are going to be using these components all in different places, is going to, like, you know, pass in a props. Here we're just going to call this handle search results. And here I'm just going to, before I do that, let me, before I write those implementation, let us just bring in our different properties which we are going to be, having, and that's going to be our start. Because if you look at here, we're going to be having our start in property, our check in, check out, room type, and before we search. So let's, collect those properties. So let's call this, let's just call it start date, set start date, and this is going to be, we're going to be using a use state. Keep an eye of that. By default, let's leave it to be null. I'm going to copy this and just paste it again. I'm just going to call this end date. I'm just going to start this set and date. This is going to be room type, going to be set room type, And this, I'm just going to use this to, collect my room types, so that whenever you come into the app, you're going to have already predefined room types from the database already popped up, so you can easily select it from. So that's going to be got it from here. And this is going to be an array. So here I'm just going to call this error, and this is going to be set error. So that looks a little bit good. Let's just make this an empty stuff, and yep, make this an empty string, this an empty string, and this is going to be taking in a date. So yep, so this looks good. So let's use our use effect here. Whenever um, our, um, our component is mounted, let's just run this use effect. And what we are going to do is we are going to, let's just make an, let's create a method to fetch the room types, which is this room types, which we are going to be popping in and selecting from. So let's just call this fetch room types, and this is going to be used and await our API service dot get room types. Get room types. So this is going to return a list of all the available room types. So here I'm just going to wrap this in a try and catch method. Always a good thing to use a try and catch. And I'm just going to, here I'm just going to console.log the error if there's any error. So yep, so that's good to, let's just extract the error message. Yep. So I think I'm really doing some crazy stuff here. So this should be a method, and yeah, this should be like a function called fetch room type, not like doing something like this. So this should be like something else. So yeah, let's just call this room, let's call this type. So we're just going to create a function here. Let's call it fetch room types asynchronous, and let's use our arrow function here. And yep, so this is going to is this, and so these are going to be within this code block. So this should be something like this, not an arrow, and this should, like, take something like this. Yep, we only want this to run whenever the component is mounted. So that's why I'm making an empty array. So it's not keeping an eye of any change here. So yep, so this looks presentable right now. And my function and try, now let's keep this within a try and catch, which is here. So get rid of that, place it here. And so when we get the results, so what are we going to do with the results? let's use the set room type and let's pass in the types, which is going to be an array. So that looks good. And here we're going to render the method here, fetch room types, and we are good to go. So let me just, okay, we're not using the method, the component yet. I wanted to say, let's check it out. So that is that. So let also quickly create a method to, to show error in case we have errors. So I'm just going to move down. This is this here. So yep. So this ends here. Just move this down a little. So I'm just going to come here. I'm just going to call this show show error, which is going to be taking a message. I'm just going to have it a timeout, which is just going to be 5 seconds. And here I'm just going to, let's make that const. I'm just going to set error message, and I'm going to set a timeout, set time out, which is this, and I'm just going to pass in set error. Let's clear our error. And here I'm just, what's this? TypeScript file. Okay, what's going on here? Okay, so this is like, yeah, it should be like that. So here I'm just going to pass in our timeout, which is 5 seconds. So this is a little bit good. So let me just format this. So I'm going to create a method to handle our, to going to take in our data and handle our internal search. So before then, let me just return our template. So this is going to have a section. So let me just paste the pre-written stuff here. So this is just a template where you can, a template like this where you can just check in date, check out date, and the room type. So that's this. You can just see, just to select a check in date. This is to select a check out date, and this is to select the room type. So we can basically see that when our application was run, when our component was mounted, we're using the use effect to collect the room type, which is room types, which is what we are mapping over it and getting each of the value, and we are displaying it as a list of options, which is list of options here. So that's what we are doing here. So here is just to select the check out date, which is a date picker, and check in date, which is a date picker. So that seems fine. And I'm going to write an implementation to handle the internal search. We can see over here that if you click on submit, we should handle internal search. And whenever we set in a check-in date, the date, this is going to be set, start date is going to be set. Whenever we set it, select is check out date, end date is going to be set. So let's create a method handle internal search to process this information. So I'm just going to copy that. So here I'm going to move this over down a little, and I'm going to say const handle internal search, which is going to be make it an async function. So I'm just going to say create a conditional statement if there's no start in date or there's no end date, or the user does not select a room type. If this value were not selected by the user, or let's say, or room type, no need. I think that should probably, yeah. If this, I'm just going to show my error. I'm just going to say, please select all fields. So I'm just going to return false. Else, if everything seems fine, let's just create this in a try and catch. And here I'm just going to, if there's any error, let's run our show error again. And we are just going to get the error. But let's say, let's collect the response dot data dot message. So here in our try block, we are going to first of all format our message, and this is going to be, let's call this formatted start date. Is going to be start date. Start date. If there's a value in the start date, we're just going to say start date dot so ISO. Let's just convert this to ISO string. I'm just surprised that the method is not showing up. Dot split, and we're just trying to convert this to a proper date format of our the date format of our system, like of our current date format rather than the universal date format. So it's going to take in the 0 s, let's just say null. So this should be a two, not row. So let's also do this for formatted end date. End date is going to be end date. If there's value, let's say our end date dot so ISO string. Let's split it, and yeah, let's also do that, and let's call our API to search for results. So let's just collect the response as response is equals to await API service dot get available rooms by date and type. Let's pass in our formatted start date, formatted end date, and then our room type. So this is going to, what's going on here? Why is await not working? What's telling me await are only allowed within asynchronous nodes? Yeah, it's only, oh, this I ended this here. This shouldn't have ended here. So yeah, so let's just copy that and end it somewhere here. Yep, so that's fine. And we are good to go. So let's collect the response. And we are just going to say if response dot set set status code equal to 200. If it's successful, then we're just going to again check another response. We're just going to say if response dot room list dot length okay is equal to 0. If there's no room within that, let's just show our error again and just say room not currently available for the date range. Okay, for the room type and selected date range. So that seems a little bit okay. Then let's just break this stuff. Use a return to break it. So as let's click on, let's just handle search results and response dot, let's pass the room list. So yep, so and then let's just set our error back to empty so it's not displayed. So yep, so what we are doing here is, let me just explain this again. We are using the date picker and we're bringing our API service. So this use effect, whenever this component is mounted and it's not checking anything, it's going to run once. It's just going to fetch the room type and set the room type here, which is this room type, so we can select from it to search a room. So here we have our feeds to check in date and check out date, and whenever those are selected, the values are going to be saved in here. And whenever we click on the search result, it's going to run this function and do internal check. This is just going to make sure that our feeds are properly selected, and if that is done, it's going to format our start and end date, which is this, and is going to collect those value and make a HTTP call to our endpoint to get all the available date, to check if that room type we selected is available for booking within the selected date. So it just is going to do that, and here I'm just checking if the response is 200, and if there's no if the room list is empty, if there's no room available, it's just going to say room not available. If there is available, it's going to collect the room and it's going to pass it to this handle search result, which is going to, which we are going to collect in our home service. So let me go to my home service here, and let's bring in the components, room search, and here I'm just going to, within over here, I'm going to just bring it, going to be using it, room search, just going to have a handle room search, handle, which is going to be the handle search results. So I'm going to create a function here called handle search results. And I'm going to, before then, I'm going to create my room. So this method is going to return a result, which we are going to pick here, and we're going to set it here. So let's use our state again, which is an array list. So we're going to call this room search. Let me just call it room search results. Let me copy this. Set. And let's just say set room search results. So if this is done, I'm going to just set the response here is to be what I'm going to collect here, which is results. So again, what we are doing here is that we have, where's my error coming from? Okay, it's coming from here. This should be page 4, and okay, I should I should break this. So what we're doing here is we're using our search results component, which is this, to actually search a room. Is collecting a prop. So we're going to use it to search a room, and whenever it has done its search, is going to return a response here, which is the result, which is going to return back to where it is being called. So that result here is going to be collected over here, and is going to be set to this room search result. So we now have access to this data, and we are going to do whatever we want with this data. So what we are going to do next is we're going to create another component which is going to handle the data and display the data as well. The reason why we're using this component is because we want to also use this same feature in other pages instead of rewriting everything over and over again. Let's implement our room search result. That is a component to display our room. Before then, let me just check if everything is up and running. Okay, I think we have some compilation problem. Homepage, line 12. Okay, let me bring this up. Let's go to our homepage, line 12. Okay, we can see that we mistakenly added this, so I'm going to get rid of that. And let me check it out now. We can see it's fine. Look at our check-in date, check-out date, and it's good. So a little bit of modification. So let me just, okay, no, I think everything is fine. So let's go down and create our room search result, which we are going to be used to display the result, which is going to be coming from our room search, which is this, which we are picking here. So let's create a component to render this. So here I'm going to come to my to come again. I'm going to create a component called room results.jsx. So here I'm going to import the necessary thing, which is our React, as we all know. Then I'm going to also have my use navigate to navigate, and I'm also going to be using our API service as is a constant, it's everywhere. So we are going to be using that. So I'm going to do something like this. So here I have my room and the implementation down. So this is very simple. So first I'm initializing my use nav for navigation, and here I'm just having another method to check if I'm an admin, because I want to use the same to also render a situation whereby an admin will get all the rooms to edit a room. So we're going to see that. So this is just the room result. What I'm doing here is this room result is going to be passed in from the home page. So where I render the component. So let me just render the component quickly so we can see what is going here. So this is going to be the room results, and this is going to, let's just, the prop is going to be room search results, which is going to be our room search results. So yep, so we can see here now that we are passing the room search results which we collected from this room search. We are passing it, the result, down to the room result component, which is going to display all the rooms over here. So in our room result component, we are collecting the props value, and we are looping over it. First of all, we're just checking if the length is greater than 0. And yeah, if there's actually a room, we are just going to map the room, which is basically a for loop to go over each item of the room result, call it a room. Then we are collecting the room type, the room price, the room description. And here we are saying we are having a button to also display to where you can book the room. If we go over here, we can see that, let me just search this single. We can see that we have a button to view or book a room, which is what we are doing here as a view or book a room. But here I'm having an extra condition to say that if I'm a logged in user, then if I'm not an admin, then I should be able to view and book a room. But if I'm admin, I should be able to edit a room. So this is going to help us to write fewer code rather than having a different, you know, page to view all rooms so we can edit a room as an admin. So that's what I'm doing here. So it's very simple. So let's check if this is going to work. Um, Let me search for a room type. Let's say double search. Okay, so that is not working. Let me go to my console. Prop active class prop on the DOM elements. Okay, so I think is that supposed to cause a problem? Let me clear this again and just search this. Oh, the search button is not even working. So let's just see what's going on here. Okay, so let me go to my room search. It seems our search button. So I think the problem should be from our room search because we are not able to get the data to our room search to room result. So I think this should be set status, not this should be status code, not set status code. So here we're not able to pass this conditional statement is not able to pass. So hence we're not able to um this statement condition is not passing. So this should be set status code equals to be status code. So let's just try again and check this hostel. You can see it works. We're able to get a return our data. So I think we're having this kind of error here. So let me just quickly check what's wrong here. So go to my navbar and I think this should be small letter class. Let's see with small letter class. Yeah, so let me just refresh again. Function are not valid as a React if you return components of self components. Okay, so but that first error is gone. Just check if this functionality is going to work. It worked. Okay, so where is this error coming from? Component instead of components, return a component instead of this. So I think I'm returning something crazy somewhere, which probably we're going to figure out later what exactly that is. But yep. So for now, it's not giving us the exact. It's not giving us the exact place where the problem is. Okay, we're having our footer component. Yeah, Dave, it's at okay. I think in our footer. Let's go over there and let me just go over here again. I can see my footer is copyright and the year is not showing. So that means the year was not properly, we're not getting the year properly. So just put in your function invocation so we can invoke the year. And if I refresh and we can see the error is somehow gone. Yep, so that looks good. What we are going to do next is we are going to create our rooms page that will display all room. So before we do that, since our room page is going to be having navigation, if I go here to an existing, we can see we have some navigation here. Let's first of all create the navigation component. So I'm going to go in my common, all things component that are going to be used elsewhere are placed in the common. So here I'm just going to create a new file. I'm going to call this pagination. Let's just capitalize this to follow the naming format. Let's make this a JSS and let's import our React. So here I'm just going to create a method. I'm just going to call this pagination. equal to make an arrow function and export it by default. Pagination. So here is going to take in some properties, which is going to be the rooms page is going to take in the rooms page, is going to take in the total rooms or the total items, and is going to take in the current page, which is mostly going to be one here, or whatever in our wherever we are using this pagination, we're going to pass in the current page. We're going to calculate the current page there and pass it in, and it's going to take in the paginate, which is the page to paginate to. So that looks good. Here I'm just going to create a const and call this page number. Numbers, this is going to be an array. I'm going to say create a for each for loop. I'm going to just say let I equal to 1 and say r is smaller than, let's use math.ceil, which is the total rooms divided by the rooms page. Let's just call this rooms per page. So this is going to be the number of rooms we want to be in a page. Either we do want one room to be in a page, 2, 3, 4, etc. And we are going to increment this, and here we are going to say page numbers dot push. We are going to just add all the, we are just going to keep adding all the items. Okay, so that has been done, and let's just return the template result here, and this is going to be a div, a UL. This is going to be a list. This is basically just going to be something like this. It's just going to be something like this that has list 1, 2, 3. It's going to calculate that based on the condition. So we are going to see that, and here it has li. So here I'm just going to first of all pass in my styling, which is called pagination nav, and this is called pagination UL, and here in my eye I'm going to just give it a styling. I'm going to call this pagination li, and I'm just going to give it a key, an identity, which is number. So I'm going to say here, I'm just going to create an if statement to display the li conditionally. I'm going to say create a code block, which is going to be code block start here and is going to end here. And here I'm going to say if page numbers dot map, I'm going to take in a number. I'm going to call it a number, and here is going to be, I'm going to put in this value, which is going to be this, and here I'm just going to render this conditionally, and within this li I'm going to have a button, and this button is going to I've just given it styling. So the styling is going to kind of be conditional, which is going to be pagination button, and I'm going to current page equals to number. So as we have here, it's going to have like 1, 2, 3, and all of that. And I'm going to say current page S, then there will be no styling. So this is just a kind of a conditional way to style. So here I'm just going to like just show the number of that I want to display under, which is going to be the number. So this looks good. So yep, it's very straightforward. So we are going to be passing in the number of rooms per page. We want to be in a page, the total number of rooms, and the current page and the paginate. So now to navigate to a next page, whenever I click on it, it takes me to the next page and display the item. I'm going to have an onClick method over here, which is going to have some conditional statements. So here I'm going to have my method. I'm going to paginate, which basically means to navigate, which is going to be my number. And yep, and I'm going to conditionally render this styling to it. So this is done. So let's move to create our all rooms page. So here in my booking room, I'm going to, well, still going to test this out, and if there's any cause for alarm, we are going to always come back to resolve. So in the meantime, let me create my all rooms page. Let's just call this all rooms page .jsx. I'm going to put my implementation here. I'm going to explain what it does. So I am bringing in my API service, the pagination which we just created, which is this, and our room result and our room search. So what we want to do is when you go to the all rooms page, we want to have a filter where you can filter a room. We want to have a component. This is where you can search. This is the component we created earlier. And we want to have the result of the component, which we also, the result of the room search, which is what we created earlier. So you can see here we are using both components we already used in our home page over here. But this time around, we are adding a filter room search, and we are also having a pagination to it. So those are the two differences here. So here, when you just come into the application, we are going to get all rooms, which is this service to get all the rooms, and we're going to set the room and set filter rooms for now, which is going to be all the rooms, and we're going to fetch the room type so you can select the rooms here. Okay, so that is that, and this is the result we are returning. We are getting the rooms and we are mapping it. We are basically getting the filtered rooms and mapping it, and we are returning all the value, and here you can select by the filter room, which is this. When you select it, it's going to filter the room. So here is how we are running that implementation handle filter room. So when you select the room you want to filter, is going to run the filter room. So that room type you selected is going to go over all the rooms we already have, which is this. All rooms, which is basically set in the filter rooms, is going to collect all the rooms and is going to only remove the type that was chosen over here. Is going to only display that type here, and it's going to return it, and it's going to be re-rendered over here. So now for the pagination, we can see how we are using the pagination here. See how we are using it, using the pagination. We already know how the room search and the room result works. So for the pagination, we are defining the rooms per page, the total number of rooms we want per page. Here is 5. We can decide to increase it to like 10. It's going to display 10 rooms before you create a page. Before you can move to the next page. For now, we just want it to be 5 before you move to the next page. So the rooms per page is 5. It's collecting that. The entire rooms, which is going to be the total number of rooms, is going to calculate the length, pass it along, and the current page which we are is going to calculate it by using the current page, which is using this formula. Get the index of the first room, get the current page where you are, get the index of the last room to know the current room. So it's going to pass it in, and the paginate is going to be passed in, which we are seeing how such information is being processed here we saw earlier to create a page and also display a data. So that's what we are doing. So let's just check it out to see if it's going to work. So I'm going to my rooms. Okay, we are not able to get all rooms here. So have I even created that? So all rooms page. Let's see rooms to get all rooms. So let me also log my response. So first of all, if I go to slash rooms, it should render the all rooms. We have not configured that in our control in our router. So over here to the routing. So put here. If you go to the slash rooms, let's put that here. It should run the all rooms page. So we can see now in the rooms, now all the all rooms page are being returned. If we search it, we can just filter this. Is going to, just only get that. And if I leave it all, we can see our pagination 1 and 2 is working. But for now, if I click on 1, it doesn't, the color does not stay. If I'm on page 2, the color does not stay on page 2. That was what we tried to do over here in the where's the pagination, so that whenever you are on that page, the color is going to be is going to stay on that page. So I think I didn't write the styling properly. I'm just going to modify the styling, and I'm going to redo that at the back. So if we look at it correctly, we can see that we did not correctly write our logic. So here normally the closing of parentheses supposed to be here. So let me just check again now and refresh. We can see it works. If you're on page 2, the styling remains. So that's what I wanted to achieve. So we are going to proceed to write our find booking page, something like this, so that when you click on this, you can actually search for a booking, find a booking, and when you find, you get the booking details. So I'm going to come to my booking room. I'm just going to cut this, find booking page. Let's just make it descriptive, and .jsx. Then just click I already have the implementation done, so I'm going to explain it. So basically, this is a when you go to this page, it's going to just for now, when you go on the page, it's just going to display just this information which we have here. So which is this is just going to say find a booking, and it is going to tell you to enter a booking confirmation code. So when you enter that, it's going to find a booking, handle search, and it's going to find a booking, make an API call, and get the result. When the result is gotten, it's going to be set as the booking details here. And if over here, if the booking detail has a value, if it is not null, it's going to display this data with the booking information which we are extracting. But if this is null, which that means if you just come to the page and you've not find a booking, it's not going to display this information below. So that's what this logic is all about. And if there's error, it's going to show the error, and I'm giving it color of red. Let's register our find booking page. So we'll go to our app.js, and here we're just going to create a route, and this is going to be a path, and let's just call this find bookings, and the element is going to be our component, which is the find booking page, and we are going to close that out. So if I come over here and click on find booking, okay, I think that it didn't work out well. So find booking, let me see. Okay, I think this will be a component. Just going to make that one. So yeah, we can see this has, yeah, if I click on find booking, we can see our booking page is displaying properly. So we are going to write implementation to get a room detail. So as we can see over here, if we click on a view book room detail, it's going to tell us to view a view the details. Let me just log in. So it's going to like show the room details, and we can also book the room detail. If I click on book now, it's going to show me to select this feed, and if I do that, it's going to like book a room. So let's add this feature to our app. I'm going to in the booking and room page, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to just call this room details page.jsx. So we're going to be using this page to view a room and also to book a room. So I already have an implementation down for us to be very fast. So I'm just going to break them down one step after the other. You can also go over the code, and it's already available. So here I'm just getting my values which I'm going to be needing. We already see that we are going to be navigating here from our room results, where you can see that we are navigating here to a room details page, and we're passing the room ID to it. So here in our room detail, we are collecting the ID by using the use param. Then we are getting the room details here. So whenever you come to this page, we're going to make an API call by passing the room ID, and it's going to get the room using the room ID as we've already implemented in our backend. And the same way, we are also getting the user profile detail also from this endpoint, and we are going to set the user ID, because when the user wants to book a room, we want to pass in the user ID along, so we can get the user and book a room on his or her behalf. So that's what we are doing here. So all this is loading. You can just probably get rid of them. It's just to show, a kind of icon to show that the room is loading and all of those. So here, if we select a check-in date. As we see here, is going to pick those value. The number of adults which we are going to be selecting here are going to be picked by this variable. So and that's what we are doing here. So this is the template. We can see we are having a lot of condition rendering because we are both using this to get the user data and also to book a room. So this is the primary room details. So we are going to just display the room. We're going to display the booking check-in date. We are going to ask the user to set a check-in date, a check-out date, and here is where the user is selecting those value. And if a user click on confirm booking, is going to calculate some values. Over here is going to just check the start date, the end date. It's just going to check if this calculate the total days, and from the total days we are going to calculate the price of the room, and we're going to display the price to the user. So if the user finally accepts the bookings, we are going to bundle the data, and we are going to make a HTTP request to book a room. As you can see, we are passing the room ID, the user ID, and the booking object. So the booking object contains a check-in date, a check-out date, the total number of adults, and the number of children, which basically are going to select your check-in date, check-out date, number of adults, and number of children. And when you confirm a booking, we are going to book a room on your behalf, and we are going to show you the message if the room is successful or not. And when that is successful, we are going to navigate to the home page for like this 10 seconds. So let's just use like 5 seconds to navigate to the rooms page back, so you can probably get and book other rooms. So for this room details page, we are going to add it to our app.js and to our routing list. So here I'm just going to come over here, and I'm just going to say, let me copy this so we can easily use it. The path is going to be room details. Let's call this book. And we're going to, was that what we call it? Here, if I click on view room details book, yeah, and we're going to pass in the ID, which is going to be from the param. Let's just call this room ID, and the element here is going to be room details page. So yep, so for now it's currently 43 unauthorized because when we are not able to get information of the login profile. So if I just go there and I probably, where is it? I probably just comment this out, and let me just set this to be 2, and we can see the room details, and the user profile is not showing up because I commented that code out. So we do not currently have a user. So this works fine. So let's proceed to write our login and registration screen. So I'm going to go to my auth package here. I already have it written down. Login and registration page is very straightforward. I'm going to explain. So for our login page, if I go over here to, let me log out here so we can see the page. It's very straightforward. So let me just go over it. It's basically a page where you have to log in, pass in your email, your password, and that's all. So this is a template. It's just a simple form where you text in your email, your password, and you click on login. Here I also added a little bit of link in case you probably want to register for US user experience. If you already have an account, you can just click. If you don't have an account, you can just click on this to register. So as you are typing in your email, Exchange is going to collect the value and is going to set it here at the email. Same also goes for password. So when you are done that, you click on submit. It's basically going to check if your email and password has a value. If it does not, it's going to tell you to please fill or feed. And if this looks fine, it's going to just make a HTTP call to log in with your email and password. And when the result is successful, we are going to collect your token, save it in our local storage, collect your role. If you're an admin or you are a user, save it on the local storage. And we are going to use this information to authenticate you to determine which page you are going to access, and we're also going to use this information to also load your data. So when this is done, we are going to navigate to the page where you were trying to come from. So as we saw earlier in our guide, we we are using a replace state from location. That means if you navigate to a state, if you are trying to go to a defined route and you have navigated back to a login page. So after login, it will navigate you back to the page where you were actually trying to go. So that's what this is doing here. So just to navigate, and if there's no other place we're coming from, you just go to your navigate you to your home page. So that's that, and this is just the error. If I'm trying to make HTTP call and there's an error, well, I'm going to catch the error here. I'm going to show it for 5 seconds. So for the login page, for the registration page, this is the same thing. I have my object for collecting my data. We need a name, email, password, and phone number to register. And just the same form over here and the same functionality. Let me quickly register this service in my guard, not my guard, in my routing, which is my app.js. So here I'm just going to call it a route. I'm just going to bring this here, and this is going to be, if you try to go to log in, it's going to, let's bring in our login page. Let me check if I'm exporting this correctly. Yeah, I'm exporting the login. Okay, so come over here and import login page from login page. So we just call that, and at the same time let me import my registration page, register page. What did I call it? Register page. Let me check if I'm exporting it correctly. Yep. So import from component slash component slash auth. What's going on with my terminal? Slash register page. So for this, let's just rename this properly. So here, let's just call this login page. Login page. Okay, it's already login page correctly. So yep. So here I'm just going to do the same thing for register. I'm going to register page is going to be register. So let me check what was defined here. Log in. We can see our register. So we can see this looks good. So what is the problem here? Let me just log in, register. Okay, we have no error here. So we can see our login page. If I click on register, it goes over here. If I click on login here, it goes here. So this is working fine. We are going to proceed to write our profile page. So let's quickly get this up so we get done quickly. So Let me call this profile page.jsx. And if we go over here and we'll go to profile, we can see the profile page of this guy. I think it's not authenticated. Okay. So we want something like this, so you can see a profile page and you can get all the booking history of that user, and also the user can also log out as well. So that's what we want to do here. So I'm just going to put implementation here, and it's very simple. So what I'm doing here is whenever you navigate to this page, the use effect is going to be triggered. That means we are going to get your profile information, and we're going to also get your history information, your booking history information. So when you get your profile information, we are going to use that information to your profile information to get your ID, which we are going to be used to get your booking information. If we remember our backend, we said that we can get a user bookings by the user ID, which is what we are doing here. So get all your bookings, and we are going to set it to set user here. So this user is going to have your user details and all your bookings. And that is what we are, rendering over here in the template. We are just getting that value, getting your details, and rendering all of your booking history here. And over here, we are getting your details, your email, your phone number, and we are showing it for you. So if you have no bookings, it will say no bookings found. So that is what we are doing here. So when you click on log out, it's just going to run the logout here, and it's going to navigate to the home page. When you click on edit profile, it's going to navigate to the edit profile page, which we are going to write shortly. Let's quickly do that to edit a profile, and I'm going to come over here, have my page here. Let's just call that edit profile page.jsx. So here, as usual, my implementation is already down and it's very simple. So if I go over here and my profile, we can see that we already have this implementation down. When you click on edit profile here, we only want to show your details and then a button for you to delete your profile. So that is what I did here. So when you navigate here, we are going to fetch your user current login detail. Whoever is currently logged in, we're going to set in your detail, and we're here, we are just showing your detail as we can see over here, and we have a button to delete a profile. So when you click on it, it's going to prompt you more like a prompt. Are you sure you want to delete a profile? If you say yes, it's going to delete that user, and it's going to navigate you to the sign up page. So let's just test this functionality out. So I'm going to my app.js. I'm going to implement this feature. So first I'm going to have a route. Let me copy this, and this is going to be for profile page. Let us call this going to be profile page. At the same time, we are going to have to edit profile. So this is going to be edit. Let's just call it dash profile, and this is going to be our edit profile page. So let's test this out here. So let me try to register to log in and see, register a user and see. Let's register, let's say Matthew, and that this is the email. The name should be Matthew, the email, and our passwords, phone number can just be anything. We just put this and have some random value, and the password, call it Matthew. Click on register, and we can see user successfully registered. And yep, so it's what's going on here. Did it navigate to, let me just check my registration page. After successfully register, you should navigate to, let's call this navigate to login rather than to absolute path. So yeah, So it's telling us that this does not match. So let's register another user again. Let's call this Juliet, and this is going to be Juliet at gmail.com, and the phone number is going to be some kind of random. Register, user successfully registered, and we can see it has navigated to the login page. So here, let's log in. Let's log in using Matthew, and password is Matthew. Log in, you can see Matthew was successfully logged in and it's navigated to the home page. So if I go to the profile page of Matthew, you can see this Matthew. We currently have no booking history because that's what we are seeing here. If you don't have a booking, Matthew have not booked a room. And if I click on edit profile, it's going to go to the edit profile page, and this is the Matthew's information which we have here, which you just wrote out. So you can really go over the code, and to delete a profile, if I want to delete, it's going to prompt me if I really want to delete Matthew. And let me say no for now. So yep, so let's proceed with the other implementations. So this looks good. So what we are going to do is let's implement our guard on our route. So I will go to my app.js where my routes are registered, and I'm going to import my guards, import protected routes and admin routes from our guard service which we wrote. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add some protection to this route so that before, if you're an admin, you have access to them, while if you are a user, you have access to certain of those routes. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this so I can group them. So these are going to be public routes. So let me just comment this out by saying public routes. So when you go over the code, you easily understand. And these ones are going to be admin route. So let me just, this is going to be a user's route. So let me just call it protected users. Let's just say dedicated users route. Routes. So in order for us to achieve this, we're going to come over here and we are going to have an element. Within the element, we are going to, if to say elements, and we are going to just bring in the protected route, protected route, and I'm going to close it here. And within the protected route, I'm going to have an element that is going to be our room details. So that means before you can access the room detail, you must be an authenticated user. So that's what this is. So now if I try to go to my rooms now, oh no, my room details. So let me just go to my room detail. Okay, so oh okay, I think I'm currently logged in. So yeah, so let me log out first. And if I try to go to the rooms, to go to the rooms detail, we can see I'm redirected to login. But before I did this, let me just undo this. So before this was done, and if I just go to room, go to view details page, you can see I'm able to access the details page without being authenticated. So that's what the RAD does. And yep, so let me just take it back again and put places where it is. So now that our routing is there, we cannot access the view detail until we log in. So let me just log in as Matthew again. And Matthew. So when I log immediately, it doesn't take me back to my home page or any other place. I immediately continue accessing the page which I'm trying to get to. So that's what our guard here is doing here. That have to come replace where you're going to when you log in. So that's what that does. So yes, so let's also do the same thing for our profile and our edit profile. So I'm just going to come over here. I'm just going to copy everything here. I'm just going to paste here, paste here. This is going to be profile. It's going to be edit profile page. So that will work. So now, before you access a profile page, you must be authenticated. You can't just go to slash profile without getting authenticated. You won't be able to access the page. So if we have when we have our admin implementation, then we are also going to do that. So over here, let me just call this admin routes, admin auth routes. Okay, so that's that. So before then, let's have a wildcard. For example, if you go to like a URL that is not defined, we don't want it to just have like a white, screen as if the application is not working well. So let's have a wildcard so that when you go to a link that is not defined, it's going to fall back to, let's say, the login page or the home page. So let's do that here. I'm just going to call this, copy that, paste here. This is going to be, path is going to be star, and that star means any other path that does not match what we have here. Then this is going to be, let's say, element, let's say navigate to, and somewhere. So navigate, let's import our navigate. Then so let's just navigate to, let's navigate to home, to equals to home. Navigate should be a component, so let's keep it as a component. So if I try to go to like any kind of a crazy endpoint, is going to navigate me home. If I try to go to any kind of crazy stuff that is not defined, we can say it takes us home. So that's a wildcard routing. So yep, so let's continue by writing our admin implementation. So if I go to our template, we can see that this is an admin page. An admin just have a room, manage room, and manage booking. So this manage room is going to be a different page on its own, and the manage booking is going to be a different page. But this is going to be the admin page where we can just have two buttons to manage a room, manage a booking, and the welcome. So let's implement that quickly. So here in our admin, I'm just going to put the implementation there, and I'm going to explain what I did for. So it's going to be as we all know, our API service is everywhere, so we are also bringing it here. So when admin successfully logs in, we're going to get the admin details by getting the user profile, and we are going to set the admin details over here. So here basically we can see we have two buttons to manage a room and to manage a bookings, and here we are just saying welcome, the name of the admin, which we are getting from here. So that's very simple. So next we are going to implement the manage rooms page. So we'll write our manage booking page, which is this booking, not is it booking. Let's just write our rooms page first. So I'm just going to, with my admin, I'm going to book a manage rooms page, which we're going to be navigating to manage rooms. So here, as we can see, we are using our pagination, which we already have in our common. So that was one of the reasons why I abstracted it so we can reuse it. So we are having that, and we're having our room results. Also, whenever we search a room, we can also use this component to render the room rather than rewriting something over and over again. So this is more of a separation of concern. So that has been done, and this is just my normal use state to save my variable and an array and date room data that are being filtered. So whenever I navigate here, we are going to get all the rooms, which it's this, and if there's any error, we are going to throw it out. So to filter a room type, when you just click on that, it's going to whatever we this is just to filter the room types as we saw here, something like this, something like this, filter by room type. So it's going to populate all the room type from the database, and whenever we click on it, it's going to filter it and return to us. So that is that. And here to handle a room, when you select a room, filter a room is just going to remove the other rooms from the available rooms and only return the room type. That's what we are doing here. So this is what we already implemented before for pagination. And here we are using the pagination here. And this is our room results, which we are using the component which is defined earlier to get all the list of our rooms here. So that is what we did here. It's very straightforward. So we are going to also write the same implementation for let me look at what we should do next. We should also have that implementation for manage bookings. Did to manage a room, to display all list of rooms for admin, let also display all the list of bookings for admin as we have over here. Let also create this page here, and I'm going to I did pre-wrote that, so I'm just going to put it here. I'm going to call it manage booking page. So this is exactly the same thing as the manage room page. The only difference is that instead of getting a rooms, we are getting all bookings, and we are just using our pagination as well to paginate it by, we have 6, we're going to be having 6 bookings per page, and the same logic we have for a managed room, that's the same logic we have here as well. And this is it. So we are going to create an implementation to add a room. Add a room page, I have pre-wrote the implementation for us to be fast. So we are having an API service which we are going to be using to add a room. And what we are doing here is very simple. We are going to be making use of our file. We are going to be preview our image or our file. We have our room type, which have our new room type, and we have our room details, which is going to be our room type, room price, and room description as well. So this is our form over here in our template. So what we are going to do here is we are going to have a drop down to select a room type. If we click on to select other room, is going to bring this option where we have to manually type in our room. Okay, so that's that. We are going to pass in our room price, our room description, and we are going to also select a room image as well. So if everything is fine, we are going to click on add room, and it's going to make a HTTP call to our endpoints, and it's going to add those rooms. So before then, I'm also having some conditional statement to make sure that the room type is there, the room price is there, and our room description is there as well. So also I'm boldly all the value into a form data, and here I'm just also adding the, if there's a file there, I'm also adding it as well, and I'm making this request to save a room, and if it's successful, I just show the room added successfully. If it's not, I'm just going to show the error. I'm going to navigate to the manage rooms page. So this is it, and it's pretty straightforward. So this is to preview my image, and so I think let me also explain this. So whenever an image is added, a file is added, we are going to preview the file here. So that's what this does. So whenever a file is added, we are going to set the file here. For this URL dot create object URL, this method is used to convert a multi-file path object to an image format so it can be previewed. So this is what this set preview is all about. Whenever I select a file here, it's going to set the file. This is to set the actual file which I'm going to be saving, while this is just to set a preview of the file so I can view it on my browser. So with this method, I'm going to set in a value, which is this here, set preview. So if this preview have a value, If it's properly set, then I'm going to this way I'm showing the preview. So this is it. So if I select an image and it is set to a preview, it is saved here. If that image has been encoded to a preview form and there's a value here, it's going to be displayed. I'm going to view it to know if this image is what I actually wanted to save. So this is that. We are going to proceed to write implementation to edit a, a page, a room page. So to implementation to edit a room page, I'm going to also pre-write it here. So it's very straightforward. If I go to my manage rooms page, we can see that for each room, I have the ability to, to edit the room. So let me, for room results, if I go to the room result here, yep, that's the room results. We can see that if I am an admin, I have the ability to edit a room. And to edit a room, I'm going to navigate to the admin/edit room by passing the room ID. So that is what we are going to be coming to this page. So for here, if immediately you land on this page, we are going to get that room by the ID, which is going to be passed in as in a parameter, and we're going to extracting it over here. So we're going to get that room, get the room details, the room URL, the room type, the room price, and the room description. And we're going to populate those properties in our template where we have the room price, the room details, the room description, and we're going to populate the values there. And we're also going to also show the image URL over here as well, the image photo. So now if a user now decide to alter those values, let's say you upload a new image, we are going to, when you upload a new image, the same functionality we have when adding a room, we're also going to implement it here, convert that image to URL, and then replace the existing image we have here with the preview. That's why I'm saying that if there is a preview of that image, show that preview. If there's no preview, show the exact room detail that is coming from our database, the URL. So that's what this condition statement is there. It's just to show a preview image that you just added and the existing image if it's there. So that's that. And we are going to bundle our data as we usually do. We're going to set the datas here, set the datas, whatever data we pass in, we're just going to set it using the set it over here, and we are going to bundle them into a form data type here, and we are going to make a HTTP call to update a room here. And as usual, if it's successful, return that response and just give a timeout to navigate back. And if it's not, we just return an error message. And that is it. Let's write our last component to edit a booking. So I'm also going to just put the implementation which I pre-wrote. So here, for our manage bookings, we can see that when you click on manage booking, it's going to navigate you to the edit booking page, which we just wrote here. So over here, we are going to see we're getting a booking by the confirmation code because we are passing a booking from the confirmation code here when we navigate here. So we're just going to get the booking details of that booking, and that booking details we are going to display it. So we are going to display it over here. We are seeing the check-in date, check-out date, the adults, children, I don't think there's anything like this, so let me get rid of that. We have the name of the guy who booked it. Let me say person who made the bookings. User, let's just say user, not person. Kind of a little bit weird. User who made the booking. And these are the details and the room that was booked. And here we can achieve a booking. So to achieve a booking, we're basically just deleting the booking. So an admin only have the ability to delete a booking for now. We can also probably have that implementation, the user profile, for a user to be able to delete his or her booking. So I think that looks fine. So we are just going to check this out. So before then, let's go to our app.js where our routing is, and we are going to add the routers for admin. So I'm going to just going to copy this. Let me copy this of them and paste them here. And this is going to be admin, and here is going to be our admin page, and this is going to be an admin route. As we define in our guard, we have a protected route for users and we have an admin route. So that is that. So we are going to also do that for the other pages where we have the, let me copy this and paste, where we have um where we have the at the manage page room. So that's going to be admin slash manage rooms. That is going to be manage rooms page. We are also going to do the same thing for to add a room for managing a booking, and so let's just call this manage booking. Manage booking. This is going to be a manage bookings page. For this is going to be to add a room. So let's just call this add a room, and this is going to be to add a room page. So for this other one, this is going to be to to edit a room. So I'm just going to just copy this part here, paste it here. So let me just do that manually. Admin slash edit a room, and we are going to edit a room. We are going to be passing in the room ID, which we are passing in here, and we are also, let's just call this edit room page, and we are also going to have to edit a bookings page. So let me just copy this and paste it again. This is going to be edit booking. This is going to be a booking code. So let's call this booking code. This is going to be an admin route, and this is going to be edit bookings page. So let's just check if everything is fine. This is to for the admin. This is to go to the admin page. Admin page is for the manage rooms page. Manage rooms is for the manage bookings page. This is for to add a room. Add room page. This is to edit a room, or while we are also passing the room ID, which is going to be gotten from the parameter, the edit room. And then we have the edit booking page where we are passing a booking confirmation code, and this is called an edit booking, and we are passing it there. So now let's just test this out. First of all, let me just make sure that I'm having no errors. Okay, it seems fine. So I currently logged in as a profile as this guy Matthew. So let's log out, and let me just log out here and log in as an admin. And this admin, the password is admin. Logged in. You can see admin was successfully logged in. I'm just checking my console if I have any kind of error. So for any admin route, we can go to manage rooms. We can filter a room by a hostel. It returns only a hostel. We can use a studio. We can use all, and we can see we have pagination. Let me try to add a room. Let's add this room, and let's call this executive. And if my room type is not there, so let me just specify to add a new room. Executive, and the room price is just make it 1001. maybe executive room. Let me click on add. Are you sure? Yep. So let's check if this is going to be added or there are going to be errors. So room was added successfully and it's going to navigate and we can see the executive room here. So I can edit it and we can see the image is shown. If I try to upload another image, let me just upload this image here. Let me just call this studio room. Let me just edit it and call executive. Let's say edited and leave a price to be 1, 2, and just say edited. So I can update the room and let's check if the room was updated successfully. And here we can see it was updated and the picture was updated. So I can click on this and delete a room. Click on that and room deleted. So let me check if it was removed. Yeah, so that worked fine. So let's go to the manage bookings. We can see all our bookings and I can click on this, can filter by, let's say, ND. You can see it got filtered. So let me manage this booking and we are seeing all booking information. Achieve this booking, achieved, and booking was successfully achieved, and we can see the ND is gone. And if I do ND, it's no longer there. So yep, so everything, and I'm not able to get error here, so I'm just keeping an eye on that. So everything works fine, and I can confirm a booking. Let me just go to all bookings and let me confirm this booking. Find booking, click on find, and we can see the booking information. So everything looks fine. And yep, let me log out, and yeah, it has successfully been logged out, and I have logged in and registered over here.